And East Hampton Town Board, you are live.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the January 10th work session of the East Hampton Town Board. Carol, would you please read the roll call?
Present.
Here.
Present.
Present. Please join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Today, we have a public portion where any member of the public may address the board on any topic. We ask that you keep your comments 3 minutes or less, and then we'll have several other topics discussed. This new senior center design, proposed revisions, chapter 151, and proposed revisions, chapter 155. But before we get started, I'd like to just take a moment to recognize a few of our town employees. Whereas Thomas Rule first started with the town of East Hampton nearly 40 years ago as planning board member in 1984 and served as town councilman from 1988 till 1991. And whereas Tom was appointed to the Office of Housing and Community Development in 1992 and as the Assistant Director of Housing and was promoted in 2004 to the head of the department as the Director of Housing. And whereas in his capacity as the Housing Director, Tom has been responsible for overseeing a critical component of the community and has worked to address the housing needs of all residents of East Hampton, including seniors, minorities, working families, and those with income and resource limitations. And whereas Tom has worked closely with other government agencies, including Suffolk County and the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, to obtain and administer several key programs such as Section 8 Community Development Block Grants, the Community Housing Opportunity Fund, and in 2007, the town's housing department was approved by HUD to become a comprehensive housing counseling agency. And whereas most recently, Tom, as a member of the Community Housing Plan Committee and the All Hands on Housing Initiative, was a driving force in getting the 0.5% real estate tax transfer referendum passed in November 2022, opening up new funding opportunities to address the rapidly growing housing crisis on the East End. And whereas Tom has passionately and tirelessly dedicated 4 decades of his time to the town of East Hampton community, therefore be it proclaimed that the town board does hereby thank and commend Tom's role for 4-decade commitment to the town of East Hampton and wishes him the very best of luck in his retirement. Tom.
Thank you.
You have a few words, Tom?
Tom, you
Tom?
never usually short of words, so.
I think I've never seen Tom at a loss for words.
I haven't either.
Let's see.
Yeah, that's true. It would not have been possible without the people that do all the work for the town on some of my staff that's here, some of the volunteers that served on our committees. And even Tony's department, we wouldn't have been able, it really was a collective effort of a community that looked at itself and said, we have to keep it a year-round community. We have to have a population that can grow up here, that can have hope of buying, renting and living here. And it was the community and it was the town boards all along the way. Almost every town board supported affordable housing. And you know, I've been here so long, there used to be a building over there. There used to not be a building in the back. The police department used to be over there. I used to have hair. As you know from the line, I quoted Jerry Garcia, it's a long, strange trip it's been. Never planned on this happening, but never would have wanted it to happen any other way than it happened. And I thank you, I thank the community for, well, I don't want to close with this. I'm one of the few people that can say I've been appointed, elected, I was in the union and I was management. And to that, I thank all the citizens and voters in the town of East Hampton that over the years have, just said, keep doing what you're doing. And to the boards that made it happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Whereas Tony Littman started with the town of East Hampton in 1991 as a maintenance mechanic with the Buildings and Grounds Department and was promoted within the department in 2003 to Grounds Maintenance Supervisor, and again in 2007 to the head of the department, the Town Maintenance Supervisor. And whereas as Town Maintenance Supervisor, Tony has overseen the maintenance and operation of all of the town-owned properties, structures, buildings, including historic sites, community venues, beaches, and parks, to name a few. And whereas Tony has consistently worked to meet the needs of the community members and residents, overseeing the Memorial Bench donation program, serving on the Disabilities Advisory Board, the Little League Ball Field Committee, the Town Property Management Committee, the Special Events Committee, and the Lester Labrosi Farm Museum Committee, which was established in 2011 to create the East Hampton Farm Museum on Cedar Street. And whereas Tony has always been available at a moment's notice to handle town emergencies, including playing a critical role in the COVID-19 pandemic, keeping our staff and community safe with increased cleaning and disinfecting protocols, and coordinating building preparation to accommodate the vaccination center at the East Hampton Center for Humanity during the height of the pandemic. And whereas his commitment and dedication to the town of East Hampton is only matched by his kind and warm demeanor. Therefore, be it proclaimed, the town of East Hampton does hereby thank and congratulate Tony Littman on his retirement and wishes him the very best of luck in future endeavors. Tony. Come up here and for posterity's sake, just add that these are two incredibly dedicated town employees who have been with the town for decades and well-deserved retirement on their part. Hold up your. You only get one shot.
Sorry, I always have to be the one that delays procedure. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So again, we thank you for your dedicated service.
Tony, you got any words, Tony?
Tony, got any words? Come on.
Tony's words. I am not Tom Rule.
That was good.
Thank you again, Tony.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you both.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move forward with our meeting now. We have several people signed up for public comment, beginning with Gloria Frise. Welcome, Gloria.
Thank you.
Wrong song. What did I say? Anyway. So. Can't go without music. John Prine, Take Me Back to Muhlenberg County. This is John Prine, Take Me Back to Muhlenberg County, down by the Green River where paradise lay. I'm sorry, my son, but you're too late in asking. Mr. Peabody's coal train has hauled it away. I see one of the items today is Chapter 155, Landscaping and Gardening. Yay, so important. I think underlying that, we're really talking about protecting our natural resources, which brings me to Chapter 255 on zoning and how we define our natural resources. You're really looking at wetlands, water courses, beaches and dunes, coastal habitat. I would argue that our entire habitat is so important to our own life, to our own ecology. Basically, Long Island is a watershed. Everywhere we look, there's water percolating down, feeding our water supplies on which we depend. So I think we do need to be looking at Chapter 255 zoning, how we define our natural resources. Who's got an iPhone? Bunch of people. Introduced in 2007. It's had a few iterations since then. This protection of natural resources, Article 4's Chapter 255, was last amended the same year the very first iPhone was released. So I think it's time to look at it again, see what's really valuable to us. And why did I play that song? I think it's important to do it now. I don't want to be too late in asking to see paradise, to live in paradise, continue living in this gorgeous town that has a lot of challenges and a lot of opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. Jane Meering.
Good morning, Town Board. I think Larry David on Curb Your Enthusiasm said the statute of limitations for saying Happy New Year is January 7th, but I'm saying it anyway. So Happy New Year to you all. I was really happy to hear Gloria speak. And I know one of the things, just tagging on what she said, wasn't my comment today, is looking if woodlands, some of our woodlands, our oaks, our beech, our, the white pine areas, if some of those should be protected as natural resources along with wetlands and dune vegetation, things like that. So just piggybacking on Gloria, I just wanted to come and just give a couple thought comments on the two items on the agenda today, and bamboo and the special events. A, thank you for putting them on proactively, and B, also the materials up a number of days before. It was, very, very helpful to be able to review. So just very quickly, and I know you're going to talk about this later, and this is not a public hearing, but on the beach and special events permits, I was getting a little, I'm not clear. In one part, it talks about public beaches, events on public beaches. And then in another section, it talks about town beaches, especially I think that section that you're adding that is prohibiting any events on beaches over 50 people. So I just wanted to understand a little better, like we have, dozens and dozens of beach access points and all the beaches are public. So is the intention to also try and restrain the amount of commercial activity or oversized events that goes on across all our shorelines, or just when it's, I think a town beach you define as, where there's a public parking lot or something like that. So I just want to see if you'll come back and, talk about that. And then secondly, adding that no event on a town beach over 50 people. Thank you for adding that. But I'm just, what is the number that actually would trigger the need for a special event permit on a beach? Because if 50 is the max, 50 is the trigger point in other areas like residential. So I was just a little sort of wanted to get some clarity on that. On to bamboo. This is a topic that's sort of near and dear to my heart. I live down in Beach Hampton, and we have a lot of bamboo spreading, and it's spreading into, not only each other's properties, as we're all very close to each other, but also, as I understand it, it's water seeking. So it's really starting to impact a lot of the wetlands, and also the dune lands. So just a couple thoughts. Number one, the language where it talks about how you define a bamboo property owner seems to leave out new owners of properties. So that was just my impression reading the language. To me, if someone comes in and buys a property, they become a steward of it, and they should assume the responsibility for the bamboo. So I just wanted to see if that language needs to be clarified. And the prohibition section, I'm not sure why you wouldn't strike point B. Like, why would we continue planting anything that's not in a container and allow to be planting with all these, sort of protections around them? And why not sort of go all the way and just prohibit it being planted in the ground anywhere? And third, I do get worried when I think about all these partitions being put in the ground. So as an example, you talk about having a setback from 10 feet for any bamboo to a property line, but I would also recommend maybe having some sort of setback, for lack of a better word, prohibition around within proximity to wetlands or within dune vegetation, because, it spreads, and then the removing it or the putting of barriers around it, will be kind of destructive to those natural resources. So those are just some of the things I wanted to flag, and I look forward to your conversation later today. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Carolyn Logan Glut. Good morning, Carolyn.
Good morning. Happy New Year, everybody. I'm here to speak about something that's not on your agenda today, but I understand it's open season, so here we go. I wanted to address the Wayne Scott Hamlet Plan this morning. And I wanted to remind you that it was just about a year ago, actually, January 27th, 2022, that the working group was put together to work on implementation of this Hamlet Plan. We met 5 times over the course of 5 months. And in the absence of the consultants having made any formal presentation to you, I'd like to give you my version of what happened at the 5th and last meeting. That 5th and last meeting was dedicated to the conceptual plan for the Wayne Scott Sand Pit. And I think you all have well ingrained in your mind's eye that nice, beautifully colored diagram showing this big swath of green and then little bits of color, other colors elsewhere. And broad as it might have been, it's a great plan because it shows a reasonable mix of uses for that property. And I want to remind you what you all know now is you adopted that plan formally into the town's comprehensive plan. So that's a starting point, and that's something that Wayne Scott residents put a lot of thought and sweat and tears into. And we were so happy that the town was willing to run with it and formalize it. At that last meeting, there was not just overwhelming support for the conceptual plan. People zeroed in on the idea of having commercial business along the southern highway stretch, thoughtful service commercial area, housing. And what also people really focused on was the open space. In that conceptual plan, well over half of the acreage is dedicated to open space. And there were some wild pie in the sky ideas as for what could be done with that open space. But I think in the end, people were thinking about places like Rodd's Valley here in East Hampton, or Fresh Pond Grasslands in Amagansett, I think, as well as a little farther away, the Wedge out in Mount Sinai, as templates maybe for what might be possible at this site. You're the experts, not I, but my understanding is maybe CPF could be made available for this. But I also want to remind you that there are private entities that have already expressed their willingness to partner with you in securing funding from outside sources to help make this happen. And we're just waiting for a cue from you to get started on that. I'm here just to say, don't wait, please act now, engage with the owner who's expressed a willingness to engage with you. I understand you want to do what's in the best economic interest of the town. And if you look over eager, the price is only going to go up, but it's a delicate balancing act. And I just urge you to use all of your diplomatic and negotiating skills to engage now, to try and secure this vision for the Wayne Scott Sand Pit. You have the authority, the power to make this plan happen. And I can vouch, it's a fact that my friends and neighbors, not just in Wayne Scott, but living east of Wayne Scott, which basically encompasses most of East Hampton town, and to the north and to the west. And I have the Wayne Scott CAC chat box and numerous emails from after our meeting on Saturday to back me in making this claim that people would be so grateful if steps were taken to arrive at this vision for the sand pit that would mitigate possible traffic, disproportionate increase in traffic along what my friend Jane Mearing calls one of the worst pain points along the Montauk Highway, as well as securing the quality of the water in Georgia Pond and in the aquifer. I hope you'll take this into consideration, and thank you for your time. Happy New Year.
Thank you, Carolyn. Happy New Year. Is there anyone else in the room would like to address? Yes, ma'am. And then Prudence, and then, well, just a moment. We'll start with the person in the back. I'm sorry. All right.
I'm Carla
Carla,
Ash.
Carla, you
I
gonna
have a
speak now?
very small cottage on Town Lane. And I'm here to strongly endorse and thank you for taking on the invasive species. I am very much affected by it. And it's a serious issue that actually threatens both my house and my well-being and that of my family. I have a lot of visuals here that I'd like to show you, pictures of my property, which when I bought it about 40 years ago, the lot next to me was empty and it was built on spec, and the current owner is the one who bought it. He has been in there the whole time. It was not landscaped really when he bought it. And he immediately planted bamboo all along our property line. And that has seriously encroached. And the real problem is that I left buffers all around my house. I bought it not for this little tiny house, but for the woods. And 3 sides of my property I left totally wooded with pines and oaks, as grow naturally in our area. There's about a 30-foot on all 3 sides, the back and both sides, and whatever trees were in the front originally, which also were cedars and various things, natural. And those are being totally destroyed. I have spoken to him. He laughs at me. He says, "Oh, you don't like bamboo?" And he does nothing. I've asked him many times to at least cut them down, because I do garden in my little place in front of the house. And it's getting very, very close to that. So we're talking like 20, 30 feet. And the woods are about, depending on where you are, and I'll show you the plot, between about 6 and 8 feet from my house and other structures. So these are trees that are tall, and maybe as much as 20 feet or more. And they are one by one falling down, rotted. The roots have totally destroyed that side of my property. I have a picture of the other side where you'll see all the trees are healthy. And I really want to show you these pictures and the lot so you can see how small my house is. And I thank you so much for taking this issue on. I happened to run into Fred Thiel when he was working on it for the state. And he said, "Oh my God, I've never had such a response, a positive response of people contacting him. And I'm hoping that you will get the same response, because it's a serious, serious issue here. And it should not go unabated." So that's what I'm saying, but I want you, please, I know I had brought up with Kathy that one of the town properties is spending a lot of money to abate it on a town property down on a Cedar Street, way out on Cedar, I believe. And I hope that you can also address places, private owners who are being threatened by a neighbor. It is not somebody who bought the lot with the bamboo. There is no other bamboo in our area. There was no bamboo until this man planted it, and he's still there, and he should be held responsible. And even just cutting it down, I know to get those roots out, I've lost my woodland on that side of my house, which was also a buffer between our houses. So please, please, please try to strengthen protections for someone such as me, who is actually lives in fear. If there's a wind, I sleep in the living room. I'm afraid to sleep in my bedroom because it abuts my bedroom. And as I said, there's only like an 8-foot buffer between those trees that are huge because they were there when I bought the property. And I know I wanted to say something else, but basically that is it. And that he has laughed at me for even bringing up the issue, and he's never cut down a tree. And I have had his work. He actually is in home maintenance. So this is not, shouldn't be a big issue. He has staff that come and take care of his yard, but he does not do a thing to address my problem. May I leave the photos with you?
Yes, Carla, thank you.
And I also, sorry, I only have one copy of that, but you can see how absolutely small my house is in comparison. And then I did draw some pencil lines to show you all the voluntary trees that I left on my property undisturbed. And then I have.
Thank you.
The first one is how my property should look, the trees that are healthy. And then you will see the stands of bamboo that are very close to my, even my garden now.
Thank you, Carla.
I understand you wrote it. Did you ask?
David McMaster, Assistant Town Attorney.
Okay, I didn't know, I'd only heard that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Just state your name for the record, please.
Name is Eva Roberts.
I'm sorry,
Eva Roberts,
Eva Roberts. Welcome,
actually
Eva.
from the town of Riverhead. I'm a visitor.
Welcome.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank all those who have been involved with recent housing vote and getting, affordable housing out in this area. It didn't get put on the agenda in my town. And I also want to thank all those involved with the South Fork commuter connection, because I was able to use that to get to a job that I started here in the town of East Hampton. This is probably the only opportunity I'll have to address this, or maybe not, but up until maybe a month ago, I was working, you might have seen this school bus yellow minivan, a Honda Odyssey with a sign on top that says, school bus. It kind of, a lot of people stare at it. I was driving that. I was driving a student over to the Ross School from Greenport. And I had a little layover of like 2.5 hours before I had to pick up 2 students and bring them from Shelter Island back over to Greenport. So on my break, about a month ago, I had this period of time. So I decided I'd go visit the senior center. Being that I am a senior, I'm 63, and I like to visit senior centers. So I went there to see if I might be able to just get a cup of coffee and sit down. And when I went over there, people saw me driving something that said school bus. And I was like, oh, we have 2 openings. We need drivers full time. I'm like, well, I only have a CDLC. This was to one of the workers that was outside. I only have a CDLC. I have a passenger. That's enough. So I went in and I just had an informal sit down. I talked to Susan, who's the transportation coordinator. I don't know all the names. I haven't been there that long. And then Diane, who I think is in the back here, came in and we had an informal chat. So they gave me an application. I filled it out. I dropped it off on Friday. I was asked to leave my license, which I thought, since it's a commercial driver's license, that was important. So then I got a call Friday. I called back on Monday. I was offered the position. I said, whoa, how much does it pay? What are the, what are the details? That wasn't known. I said, well, how about I come in on Wednesday? Let me come in on Wednesday and we could sit down and maybe by then HR will get back to you with all the information. So anyhow, unfortunately, I will just say my addressing here is that procedures weren't followed. People didn't look closely. So as a result, there are vehicles that I can drive as a commercial driver with my CDLC and passenger endorsement, but I can't drive the 12 passenger vehicles or I can't drive, I think it's more than 8. So apparently this has all come to an ending today. I've been using the Suffolk, I get it because I'm not used to saying South Fork. I was working over the North Fork, but it did allow me to it was a little bit of an undertaking, but I was able to do it. I don't want to encourage people to do that, but I hear there's problems hiring people out here. And I'd love to help with that because my experience wasn't good. I went for a cup of coffee. I gave notices to 2 jobs. And as of today, I'm unemployed. I was offered, benefits, good money. And I really feel that a lot of it's in the details. My background is in advocacy. I was trying to lead a simple life. I wanted to just be a driver, but that doesn't seem like it's possible. But anyhow, I want to, thank you. I'm a member of the Unitarian Universalist Congregation of the South Fork, and my reverend does live in this town. Reverend Kimberly Quinn Johnson, and some of our members live here. And I will be encouraging them to get a little bit more involved because this kind of thing should not happen. It should not be, you can collect unemployment after you've changed your life around. And I'm a senior. This is what I got out of it. If I can help you in any way, I'm good at the details. I gave a couple suggestions to Diana, the town attorney, when we had a meeting. For example, things like only the drivers can fill out the driver form, can do the pre-trip. That's not happening. There's just so many things that aren't happening. So someone needs to be taking a closer look. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eva. I'd be happy to speak with you later at some point if you want to contact my office.
Sure. You mean later today?
We'll be in meetings most of the day today, but if you want to call my office, we can set up an opportunity.
Sure. I have a little free time now.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else wish to address Board Prudence? You could just state your name for the record, Prudence. We all know you, but viewers at home may not.
Happy New Year
Happy
to
New Year.
you all. Well, I didn't think that I was going to stand up here and talk about labor issues, but having been in that business for 18 years as a New York State licensed employment agency, I have to say that I'm sure this can be sorted out, I hope, because I know that we need drivers. And, we are also enthusiastic about taking people in, that sometimes the details get lost in the moment, but perhaps the details can get sorted out with this situation. And thank you, Peter, for speaking up about following up with that. I wanted to say that I met Tom Rule in '98 at a time when, as David knows, I was dealing with a lot of other very difficult issues. I was working with Habitat for Humanity at that point, and we discussed the possibility of having 2 lots in East Hampton for Habitat for Humanity. And I'm so grateful to say that they have both been built on very successfully, and Tom was really enthusiastic. And Jay at that point grabbed me for the committee for housing, and I worked with Tom quite closely for many years with Francis O'Brien and Barbara Jordan and Tom, I can't think of his last name, who is still alive. The 2 of us who are still alive, and of course, Amato Ortiz. And we had such a wonderful effort putting together what I think of as the Manor House plan, because I came up with that and shared it with Barbara. and she just grabbed hold of it, and so did Amato. We were going to build a manor house for Habitat for Humanity in Bridgehampton on the Turnpike, and it went south. But the manor houses here in East Hampton survived, and the wonderful design of that is still within your purview, thanks to Amato. Tom was able to channel a lot of wild horses in that meeting, gently and gracefully for many years, really. We worked on that project until government went south, which was demoralizing for all of us, but we have all survived. Those of us who were meant to survive have survived. Tom is a good, solid, wonderful man. I don't need to tell you any of that. But I would like to say that employees and volunteers make this town run as successfully as it has. And I hope that we can see volunteers and wonderful employees in these wonderful jobs. Tony saved my life innumerable times at the Farm Museum, and he knows it. I remember 6 town trucks coming to the Tillinghast property and taking everything out of the barn to set up the Farm Museum, including a 3-ton stove, wood burning stove. And no problem. Let's do it. We did it. So these wonderful employees make the town work. And the volunteers who jump in and do the kinds of silly things that I do also make the town work. And at the age of 75, I can say to you that in order to keep our town the way it is, we need folks like Tom and Tony, and we need volunteers to jump in and make things wonderful. And I'm just praying that in the future, there's a lot more effort on the part of the volunteers to assist with the town. These employees don't bite. They are willing to work to do whatever they can in the moment. And somebody like Tom is a precious commodity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prudence. Anyone else here wish to? Yes, Andy, and then Katie.
Good afternoon, Mr. Supervisor, member of the board, Richard A. Hammer from Biano and Hammer. I'm here today representing Inlet Seafood LLC, a consortium of commercial fishermen, indeed the largest supplier of commercial seafood in New York State, who own and operate the Inlet Seafood site at the end of East Lake Drive. I'm here today to ask the board for assistance what has become a chronic safety and operational issue affecting Inlet's boat basin, Inlet Seafood's boat basin, as well as Montauk Inlet as a whole. I'm sure the Natural Resource Department can and will provide you with graphics and visual aid that will better explain and describe the situation further. Inlet property adjoins property that is owned by the town of East Hampton, and it's maintained essentially as a shoreline along the navigational inlet. To the best of my current understanding, when Carl Fisher opened Lake Montauk to Block Island Sound, they identified the channel and created lot lines to match the intended inlet. Our property was not designed to be bounded on the west by an inlet. It's sort of an afterthought. However, after the inlet was created, the properties were reformed to accommodate it. The town ultimately, I'm assuming, took ownership of the properties created by the placement of the inlet. That was all done so that we would have a navigational channel that had sufficient public benefit to allow it to be dredged by the Army Corps, et cetera. But the town property adjacent to inlet was already benefited by an existing bulkhead, and it was constructed essentially to alleviate the impacts from storm systems as well as some of the shoaling of sand that's occurring, making passage into the inlet boat basin hazardous. This bulkhead has deteriorated over the decades. I don't know how long it's been there, but I assume it probably predates the town ownership of the property. The impacts from storm blown and accreted sand has created a situation where the boat basin is difficult to navigate, and the structural integrity of the basin is also suffering from along its southwest perimeter. town shoreline is also impacted by the erosion and the accretion. And it's probably one of the only stretch of unprotected inlet that bears the brunt of storm energy and storm waves. To counteract the forces, an engineer is designing a plan that seeks to replace this bulkhead as well as extend the rock revetment that currently defines the Montauk Channel to the south, both along the inlet property as well as the town property. The Army Corps does plan to dredge the inlet to accommodate a deeper depth to accommodate larger vessels as well as to ensure that their continued safety. We think that without this section of inlet has no structural components to protect it from the deepened channel. We think this might be as the inlet is deepened, we feel the public resource will be subjected to chronic erosion, which will then create more dangerous shoals as it erodes. That will also affect the inlet property. Basically, we have a common interest with the town of East Hampton here. Protect the inlet for navigation, protect the public property so it can be part of the unified protection afforded by the existing revetment that provides so many recreational as well as navigational benefits that will increase the viability of the inlet commercial dock that is so important to our remaining commercial fishing interests. One of the benefits we hope to avail ourselves of are the leftover rocks from the Montauk Point project. These would be costly to remove. They're basically a free resource that we can avail ourselves of. We have a scheduled dredge from the Army Corps that is going to occur in October coming up of this year. So time is of the essence. If the inlet is dredged deeper, the refractory wave energy will increase and these impacts will intensify. And as soon as this happens right before our winter storm season occurs, I did see a video that was circulating of the most recent storm. I think it was like 2.5 weeks ago. If you haven't seen that, I'm certainly happy to make that available to you, but it showed the intensity of the wave energy that was being felt on the inlet property along the stretch of the inlet. The ultimate solution we think is a shared one. If the town could provide the property owner of inlet with an interest in the property, acknowledging the independent or the interdependence of the two properties, essentially a license or other interest that would allow them to repair and maintain the bulkhead, as well as the proposed revetment to maintain our shared interest in seeing this property maintained to maximize both the public and the private interests. This license would only grant rights to protect and maintain what the town and the DEC approve after our applications are completed and approved. There will be other stakeholders reviewing this project to ensure that the resource is protected. I did want to emphatically state this request has no connection or intention of constituting an expansion of any commercial activity on the property. It's basically a cry for help to protect what is the most significant asset, which is the boat basin servicing our commercial fishing industry, as well as the substantial town interest in maintaining the property and this resource that is enjoyed by probably thousands, if not more, of people that visit the Gin Beach area. That's a very popular thing for them to hike back and forth. And we think these two items will make perfect sense together. And I hope to be available to the town and to some of the professionals to help move this project along through the pipeline, but wanted to formally acknowledge this and I thought it was important that somebody come and address the board. And thank you for your efforts.
Yeah, Andy, has there been a plan that's been designed for this work and an application submitted?
Yes, I believe there is a pending application in the DEC. But at the town level, it's been done. Just there's a plan that is prepared, and I think Kim might have a copy of what is proposed right now. I will be sure to get that into the town if they don't have it already. I think it was emailed around and I was on an email copy of it.
Okay. Yeah. I just want to make sure that we've received an application and a plan for the purpose.
Well, this is an interesting point. It's not our property, so we can't actually submit an application on the town property per se without having an interest in the property that would allow us to be processed. The town can do it of their own volition. So this is kind of I understand we could grant a license agreement for the work or structures that would occur on town property, right? Yes, that is correct.
But I think understanding, the town's not undertaking the work, correct?
That is correct.
So inlet would be undertaking the work. So I think it would be imperative for us to know what work that is and a design and.
Right.
Absolutely. I will make
So
sure. you have a copy
that's,
of-
I guess, what I'm getting at.
Okay, John, do you have a copy of the plan? I think it's included on some of the emails, but if not, I will make sure we have
Survey map with the,
survey map with the proposed, and then there was an engineering plan. Those are the only two documents I've seen.
I saw the engineering. plan,
Okay.
but maybe Kim has it. Okay.
I will make sure that you have that and can avail yourself of it, but it's a fairly simple plan at the end of the day. The revetment connects to the inlet revetment and then backs up to the bulkhead that is to be replaced that's existing right now. I think we're putting it a
It
little bit
appears that
seaward of
that
it.
section from the end of the rock revetment on the east side of the jetty to inlet that area, there's a gap there. And as you said, there's the remnants of an old bulkhead
That's correct.
that, who knows how old that is? I have no idea.
I would
But
guess
the west
20s,
side, the
30s.
west side of the inlet's protected, it would seem all the way
Yes, all the way.
all the way around into the boat basins.
Until you get into the
bulkheaded.
deeper part of the lake. And even then it has a lot of protections, but this is like
So
the
that's
one
a-
remnant.
I mean, I know
basically.
that's a vulnerable area and we do have plans. We've been working for years to get that inlet dredged to a deeper depth. Currently, I think the design depth is 12 feet, which is shoaled up a number of times and caused, concerns among those who are trying to land catch or even sail from the harbor at certain times.
It's certainly it
concerns
can be
about
a predicament
groundings.
to get out of
So,
there.
with the town has committed to deepening that working with the Corps to deepen that navigational channel to a 17-foot design depth. And, I understand the concerns if you have a shoreline that's not protected and in a high erosion zone, that not only would it tend to contribute to reshoaling of that navigational channel for New York's most important fishing port, but it also could threaten the inlet seafood boat basin itself. So,
And there
we're-
might be other ancillary impacts that we just don't understand. I mean, it's one of those situations that once you deepen that channel, you're going to have other impacts that weren't intended. And this is the way to prevent those from occurring.
so that's something the town board will take a look at with our town attorney and staff to determine what can be done.
So Andy, have you submitted permits to the town itself? Or your
No,
section of the
we're at
property?
the discussion phase because we first need to characterize how this is going to be submitted. I do believe there was a DEC application that was submitted by one of the contractors in a week or two ago.
The town needs to look at it as
Absolutely,
well.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's going to involve the town property.
So I think it's going to be a coordinated review basically of all these agencies. And I just got the plan. I've only become involved in about 2 weeks, 3 weeks. They asked me to help out. So I'm trying to herd the cats right now, but I
So
wanted
it'd be
kinda
helpful to herd the
coordinate it.
plan to staff so that
Yeah.
it can get evaluated. I mean, nothing can go forward until it gets
Yes, and I know the
evaluated.
staff has had several meetings or have discussed this and do have plans, and I'm sure Kim can fill you in better than I can.
And the planning
And the-
department as well?
Yeah.
Yes, I
I
I
believe.
mean,
they
so,
do have
so
one.
part of this is going to come down to the town, deciding whether or not to license that property for that purpose.
Or the portion of the property.
think it's-
is what we're
right,
looking for.
I think it's kind of understood at this point that the town property is the inlet
Yes,
in the immediate near shore on portions. So,
I think it'd also be good to know what the back end deadline is too. There might be
Excuse me,
the back end deadline for construction. If
okay.
you're saying that you want to get it done before the Army Corps comes in, and that's going to be
In
October,
October.
as the supervisor said, how long is the construction going to take that you're looking for? Is there any type of winter flounder that you have to look at? Is there any prohibited time?
Windows, yeah.
Okay.
Windows. That'd be good to know as far as to the board members.
Yeah, I do think this is probably the most dynamic water body or the most dynamic area of the water body. So I don't think there are eelgrass beds or anything that would be affected. This water, this is the inlet, and it's.
Yeah,
gets a
and,
lot of-
and precisely for that reason, and for the reason that you stated before about unintended impacts, I think it's important for us to understand that the plan's been evaluated.
Okay.
By
planning
both the planning department and natural resources. So
Okay.
needs to be at both levels.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thanks, Andy. Anyone else wish? Katie? Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Supervisor, I'd also like to let you know that we also have callers on the line as well.
Okay, we'll go to callers next. Thanks.
I'll be brief. I have to be somewhere at 12, but good morning. Three things quickly. As the executive, Katie Casey, Freetown, East Hampton North, as the executive director of the East Hampton Housing Authority, I had the privilege of working with Tom for 12 years. He is a friend and a mentor. He'll be missed. Those are some big shoes to fill. And I just wanted to say I appreciate that the town board took the time to do the proclamation and thank him for his service. As the chair of the East Hampton Sag Harbor CAC, I want to thank Kathy in particular for shepherding this bamboo legislation so quickly. One of our committee members brought it up about 5 months ago. We talked about it at 2 meetings. Kathy researched it, found out, got the information on the state level, and then sort of customized it for East Hampton. And here we are, it's already going to public hearing. So that really is government at its best. Things happening the way they're supposed to. And then the third thing I wanted to talk about has eluded it. Now I can't remember what it was. I know what it was.
Ain't bad.
Too many hats. I'm making myself dizzy. I attended the Wayne as a member of the general citizenry of the town of East Hampton. I did attend Saturday's Wainscott CAC meeting, and I urged the town board to speak with the property owner Tintle for the pit. I believe he would be a willing seller. I think this is a community asset. It's the gateway to the town. The property is too large and too important to upfront to not really have the attention of the town board and also all of the people who live in East Hampton. I urge everyone in East Hampton to pay attention to Wainscott for the time being anyway. So thank you.
Thank you, Katie. And I just want to state that that issue has the town board's full attention and has for some time.
Okay.
The Wainscott pit.
Okay. Thank you.
Jason, do we have callers on the line?
Yes, we do. And I am unmuting the first caller now. Hello, caller ending 3719. You're on the air. Hello. I'm hearing signal, but I don't hear a person. Okay, I'm moving on to the next caller. I'll cycle back to that at the end. Hello, caller ending. Hey, there you are. Okay, caller, you are on the air live with the town board.
Okay. My name is Paul. These comments are on the senior center design, and they
Excuse
are
me, Paul, can you
confined
repeat
to
your
the
last name
road.
one more time? You dropped out when you said your last name.
Yeah, I'm hoping that this will work. If this does not work, have the town clerk read into the record my comments. I provided her with a copy. My name is Paul Fiandella, and these are comments concerning the design of the senior center, and they're confined to the road and the parking area. That's all that I'm discussing today with the town board. And I'm going to read them to be brief. The design of the road, The lanes in and out of the facility should be separated by a median, a landscaped median. The current design doesn't show any separation between those lanes. The lane pavement should be marked right and left with reflective white lines on the road to guide drivers so they can see the edges of the road. There needs to be a pedestrian sidewalk along one side of the road from the entrance to the facility to the end of the road. And separated from the road by the sidewalk, there should be a paved bicycle path leading to the facility. None of these elements seem to have been considered as yet in the design, so this is the time for the people who are responsible for the design to understand that they're all important elements. And the reason I present them is because there have been numerous committees in the town that have considered both pedestrian walkways and bicycle paths and lanes. And various senior committees have commented on making roads more easily navigatable by elderly. Because that parking is going to cause accidents. Now, addressing parking, it is my hope that you will do a drop-off area circle separate from the parking areas so that you can drop people off and even recycle around the circle if you forgot to do something. And that would be the main drop-off point for the buses to enter the facility, but making that entirely separate from the parking areas. The drop-off area circle also should be wide enough for trucks, and there should be separate parking areas with separate entrances for senior parking, employee,
Lost him. I think we died.
Paul, are you still there? We're losing you.
Yes, that's you asked.
So Paul, we have received your comments through the clerk. We appreciate you taking time to call in today.
Is it possible for you to read them?
Jason, have we lost the caller?
No, he's still on the line. I heard one bit of a sentence. Paul, are you still there?
Sorry about this. That's why
Yeah, it's coming across garbled.
Yeah.
Paul, as I said, we've received your comments through the clerk's office as well. So again, thanks for calling, and we'll move on now to the next caller.
Okay, moving on to next caller. Hello, caller ending 5138. You're on the air. Hello.
Hi, this is Bill Crane, president of the East Hampton Group for Wildlife. First, I'd like to thank the supervisor for responding to a recent email. This kind of responsiveness is very gratifying. A woman recently told me a little story. Her neighbor was having a tree removed, and she took her 2-year-old son outdoors to witness the event. He loved watching heavy machinery, so she thought he would be enthralled. But when the tree was being cut down, he broke into tears, whimpering, "Kai, Kai," which was his word for bird. The mother said he was reacting to birds losing their home. People are becoming increasingly aware of the value of trees. They produce oxygen, prevent soil erosion, and add beauty to our communities. And as this young child understood, they provide habitats for other living beings. And there is another benefit. By absorbing carbon dioxide, trees help defend against global warming. I believe that just as we encourage wind and solar power, every community must do its part to protect trees. And I'm sure you all agree with me on these points. I'll conclude by noting that research is showing that trees are actually integrated communities. They feed one another and warn one another in times of danger. One cannot remove some trees without weakening adjacent trees. My hope is that when residents and officials make decisions about tree removal, they will consider this point and that they will consider all the benefits that trees bestow. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Jason, do we have any other callers?
Yes, we do. Unmuting next caller. Hello, caller. Ending 3022. You are on the air.
Hello, my name is David Neto. I live at 96 Shore Road in Napeague at the intersection of Dolphin Drive and Shore Road. And it came to my attention recently that at a work session for an East Hampton Town Board meeting, the idea of increased public parking on Dolphin Drive for beach access came up again, promoted, I believe, by David Lease. And I'm calling as a person who knows the area well because I live there to voice my objection to any dune scarring or interference with the natural ecology and integrity of the dunes at that point, which has been something we've discussed before, and you were kind enough to take my call a few months ago when this subject was under discussion, but since it's back, if not formally, at least as a talking point, I'm calling you again today to say that my hope is that this does not happen, both for the sake of the landscape and the traffic issues that would immediately be incurred in the neighborhood. Thank you so much. David Neto, NETTO, 96 Shore Road.
Thank you for calling, David.
Okay. And I have one caller who is remaining online since earlier when they were unresponsive. Hello, caller ending 3719. You are on the air.
Hi.
Hello, you
Can
are on the
you
air with
hear
the
me?
town board. Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. This is Nomi Edwards, and I also live in Napeague on Leeton Road in that community, and I'm here to talk about Dolphin Drive as well. At the December 20th work session, David Lease brought up parking on Dolphin Drive as part of his report of chair of the Beach Parks and Rec Advisory Committee. And he said that the committee advised, and I quote, renewed discussion of adding parking on the right-of-way at the terminus of Dolphin Drive, unquote. And the idea of the committee is to move parking off Route 27 on the shoulder, which I agree with, but parking on Dolphin Drive won't alleviate the hazards. It's going to add to them. It's already a dangerous intersection of Dolphin Drive, Route 27, and across from Dolphin Drive, Napeague Meadow Road. And if anybody has tried to make a turn from Napeague Meadow Road or Dolphin Drive, it's a scary kind of thing to do in the summer. And so parking on Dolphin Drive will just add to the number of cars going in and out of Dolphin Drive and add to the hazardness of that intersection. So what I would think that an efficient approach would be to look at all of the beach roads that go out to 27 and come up with a plan rather than just taking this approach that seems always to be tiny Dolphin Drive. And, you know, Mr. Lease told one of our community members who called that it was a talking point and a non-issue and not to worry about that. I'm not sure what that means, but I just want to bring up the danger of doing that. Not to mention the primary dune at the end of the terminus of Dolphin Drive. So thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you for calling, Ms. Edwards.
Okay. We have no additional new callers on the line.
Anyone in the room wish to make any further comments? We'll move on then to our topics for discussion, the first of which is the new senior center design discussion with R2 Architecture. Kathy, you want to lead us through that?
Yeah. Jason, there should be a number of folks
Yes.
that are on.
They are all
Carol,
being let in.
Renette, great. Lena, Ryan, Steve, and Yumi.
So just as a matter of background, while we wait for folks to join, we've had a number of discussions publicly in work session about senior center design. We heard from one caller today as well about senior center design. We've narrowed it down to two basic concepts. One of them is known as the linear design, which somewhat mimics the style of traditional potato barns, if you will, long structures spaced next to each other. And the other design, which is referred to as the windmill design, a three-winged structure. The board had a number of questions about the original four designs and have narrowed it down to these two, which seem to be comparable in many ways. And so we'll be going through those designs today to try and further narrow the field down to one design.
Correct.
So that we can begin putting together actual building plans and start doing the site work.
Jason, we only see ourselves on the screen.
Yeah, they're coming in now for the presentation. Are the guests?
This one?
Makes sense.
No, it's the, they have the seniors. Okay, yeah, I just thought that they were presenting it. Okay.
So if people will just bear with us, we're having a little technical issue. We'll try to get our consultants online.
Well, we can,
Yeah,
I
have
believe
everybody
we
in-
can present it. If
I have everyone in here right now. For some reason, they're just not showing up on this current view. Tell me if you see them in gallery. I'm gonna
Okay.
switch to gallery.
Here they
now.
come.
Are they all here now?
Yeah, gallery works fine. Thank you
All right,
very
great.
much.
Thank you.
And welcome R2.
Hello.
Glad to be here.
So is there a presentation, Carol, that you could share with us?
Yes, I'll share the presentation. And
So I don't know if you heard the supervisors lead up to your joining the meeting, how we had last, you did. I see Renette
so-
shaking her head.
Carol's going to share the presentation. Thank you.
yeah, so is it up now?
Yes.
It is.
Okay, great. We're really glad to be with you this morning. I think we're at a point where we can make a final decision about the direction. I know people are anxious to get on and make a decision. So what we've done is we've tried to answer some of the questions you had last time. By the way, the reason we're taking a little bit of time is we really like to hear what you think about these options and incorporate that into whatever option we pick. So anyway, yeah, going back to where we left off, we've tried to make these programmatically as similar as possible. But as you can see here, there are a few changes. Oh, by the way, since last time, we've expanded the game room to 900 square feet. We've decreased wellness to 1750. But the square footage, the overall program is the same as it was before. And then underneath each little diagram of the two different schemes, we've just noted a few things about them that are distinctive. I don't know if we have to need to go through one of them, but we noted that linear can allow a staff break room to have outdoor seating, that it does create an opportunity to blend the lobby and the dining room, but it doesn't do it inherently. What we think it does very well is create a sense of space within the main circulation spine. For both of these, we've been really careful about travel distances, and that is both in the plan itself and in the site plan. I, for one, having had a spinal fusion, I'm really aware of how hard it can be to move and what a difference it makes as you get older to have a building that accommodates that. And then we've changed this one to have the toilets at the central location. That was one of the requests we got. For Windmill, we've spent a little more time defining the relationship between the dining room and the lobby. And we've had several questions about noise, and we're ready to talk about that today if you want. It's really funny because in a way, these are that's the perception of that main space are where these are pretty different. Basically, Linear has the two welcoming spaces, the dining room and the lobby, across from each other on a corridor. And Windmill, they abut each other. I want to say that we can make them private from each other in different schemes, but that's one of the central differences. And then in Windmill, we've also created more defined wings. Again, the question about central toilet rooms. And for Windmill in particular, we looked at whether we could create a basement space and if it would be functionally it'd be a functional advantage. So just a really quick review of where we are today. Each site plan. Ronette, please add anything that I miss. Okay.
Will do.
Okie doke. Again, we haven't really changed the site plan except to develop it a little bit more for some of the things that you asked us about. I'd like to point out that we keep on revising the parking. The more we learn about the site, Ronette has spent hours walking the site. So the more we learn about it, the better we can understand how this building fits on it. So one of the changes, for example, that we made is we took a lot of the parking and it had been out here and we've moved it. And we like that because it's in line with a covered drop-off area. We want this building to be easy to walk to from the parking lot too, not just inside. We also have a covered drop-off area. So you could be dropped off by somebody if you're a senior, or you could park your own car and have a pretty straight shot. I already mentioned the outdoor break areas. And we have that potential for an outdoor area, both at Wellness, you can see it here, and at the outdoor dining room. We think that one of the nice things about this site, even though it won't be as heavily wooded as it appears to be now, that we're saving only major healthy trees, is it does have a very natural atmosphere that we are going to preserve. And then you can see that we're starting to talk about other site uses like nature trails. The linear floor plan hasn't changed tremendously. We've centralized the toilet rooms, obviously, and we've explored a little bit more the relationship of the lobby and the cafe to the dining room. Am I missing anything that we changed, Ronette? Or
no, but trying to have a view corridor from the lobby through.
Right through here. We're trying to have a. We want this building to be really centered so you understand where you are and it feels friendly. So we had some questions. Well, how would that work? And so while we'll explore this more in the development of the design, we started thinking about acoustical and visual separation. And this is one proposal we made. When we do go into design development, we'd like to look at it a bit more. This is as if you just walked in the door. So you can see the dining room in back, kind of, but you're not in the dining room. One of the requests we had is, well, we want it to feel like the dining room separate. We also added, you can see a clear story and some doors for acoustical separation. When we go into design development, though, we'd also like to investigate if these panels, for example, maybe are sliding. So if you want to have an event where the two rooms are used together, that's a possibility. And here's another view. I like this view because it shows the start of how we want this central circulation spine to feel, not a corridor. You know, like I think a lot of times corridors become so discouraging. They're like human sewers. And what we want to do is light it at the top, have a destination at the end, so it won't be just an endless corridor. Okay, quickly going to a windmill so we can do an analysis of these. What we've looked at here is, again, getting as close as we can. We've investigated some outdoor break areas, nature areas. Just generally try to look a little harder at the site plan and make sure that we're accomplishing what we started out to do. In terms of windmill, our floor plan, we had some questions about, for example, can we do this so that you don't have to walk through the dining room to get to activities? And the answer is yes. And you can see here, this is our first thought about it. But for example, by relocating the corridors of the wellness game room wing to the north side, we can get a couple advantages. One, you can enter those right off the lobby. And the other is that you'll see activity, people walking in the corridor when you drive up. So we're excited about the development of that. And then we try to create that same type of relationship here as you enter the office wing, transportation, nutrition. Basically, we've been calling it the services wing. And so you can go to both of those without entering the dining room. We also looked at a basement. And if we go with this scheme, I'm not sure if we want to look at this or not, but and the main reason is we'll have to provide an elevator. I guess you asked us what the basement implications are. The drainage and waterproofing of the basement add cost. But the biggest thing is the requirement of a stair and an elevator. And it creates maintenance costs. It creates continuing costs. So for this small of a building, if we can do it without an elevator, we'd prefer. But you can see, basically what we did is we took mechanical space and we put that in the basement, and it slipped it underneath the kitchen. So, okay. Oh, and then looking at the separation of that, pretty much the same idea that when you come in, you'd be greeted by this cafe, coffee area. The dining room would be separated by hopefully a clear story. We really like the idea of having at least a little hint of what's going to happen behind there. And oh, this is a different view. And this shows the view if you were in the dining room, what it would be like sitting there. And I know why we included this one. There were some questions about the amount of glass and how much you could see from the dining room. You can see a lot from the dining room. When you're in this room, you'll feel like you're sitting in the site, and you'll have a really good connection with outdoors. So we dropped this in here for you to see. By the way, these are all off our 3D model, and as we keep on working, we'll give you more views off the 3D model.
And just going back there, the outdoor space would have some covering, so you wouldn't be sitting in the sun.
Yes, and that's a type of development that we will be doing for whatever scheme we'll pick. We've made sure that both of these schemes can be developed with the comments you've made in mind. So I don't think that either one, in fact, I know that neither one will be deficient. It's just we're trying to capture the one that works best for East Hampton. So to do that, we will make a decision today. We've revised our chart, and we've tried to be a little more precise about it. And these are goals that have come up during our engagement with both the council and the community as we've worked through the design process. And I've said this a couple times, but the idea of views to the site, this is going to feel like you're in nature. And quite honestly, we felt that the windmill scheme was superior because when you're sitting there, basically the arms funnel your view out to the site. And so we're giving that the advantage there. We also think because it has these views that come out, that we can use those intersections very efficiently to have exterior programmatic space and connect the interior activities. So we gave Windmill a plus there. We like Windmill because it allows us to extend the wings pretty easily and add on. So we gave it a plus there. Actually, they both have very reasonable distances. We did another one, but I think that with the centralized dining room, we gave it a plus there also. It is slightly more efficient of the ratio of circulation. One of the things that makes a building effective and actually cost effective is if you can not have needless corridors. Basically, you don't waste space. Every inch of space is usable as possible. And while these are both efficient, the linear one does create a corridor as a space, but it makes it less efficient than Windmill. Any MEP distribution, they both have good potential for efficient distribution, but we've given the plus to the linear one because it's easier to locate our mechanical rooms near the center of the plan. If we do that, that means the duct runs and returns will be shorter, and both it'll cost less in the first cost and in the long run. However, again, we don't think that we're giving you a plan that is deficient here. It's just that that the linear one is a little more easier to think about that way. We have a better roof to mount solar on in linear, but we've done a preliminary calculation about the amount of solar PVs that we need to mount on the roof, and either one of these will accommodate the number of PV panels that you need. We have slightly less exterior envelope in linear. Again, we've tried to keep these as similar as possible, but the reason we're looking at this is, again, exterior, the least amount of exterior envelope that you can efficiently create brings down both first costs and operational costs. That being said, they're very close. So, but we have to give the plus to linear. Oh, and I already talked about available PV. So we've put our check mark, our green square around Windmill. But before we make that decision, of course, we want to hear from you and get your comments and your questions about anything that I've said. As a starting place, just to sort of back up my summary, the constants are the same. We have 120 parking spaces. Actually, it's possible to bring both of them up and down, but we have the amount of parking spaces that we've discovered is optimum, or we think is optimum now. They both have reasonable walking distances. There's no activity room or space in this senior center design, either one without daylight. I don't think people should live without daylight. And so this was really crucial. Both of them have covered drop-offs, views to nature. The connection to indoor-outdoor wellness is available at both of them. We have optimized the solar orientation. I think we've talked about this sort of probably, so you don't want to even hear about it anymore. But the best orientation for a building in our climate is along east-west axis, and they both do that. We've optimized on-site solar opportunities. They both have an outdoor dining, and we've moved the restrooms. But here are the differences. You can see that we have a slightly larger footprint for linear. However, when at the number of square feet we're talking about at this point in design, this is negligible. Same thing with exterior skin. When you're talking about 200 or 500 square feet, at this point in design, we're not worried about it or about a difference in roof area. We've run the same numbers for you for a windmill for a basement. Then you can see the modifications, it changes. By the way, the 1,000 square feet in difference in footprint is almost entirely attributable to the stair and elevator. So I'm going to stop talking now because I've just talked a whole lot. We have some other stuff in the back of the tray, these two about travel distance. If you want to go there, I'm glad to do it.
And I would just like to chime in before you make a decision that the plus columns in this this chart here are all things that are aesthetic and things that people really interact with, whereas the pluses on the linear are more in terms of utilities and things that aren't as present for the people's experience.
So do board members have reactions or comments for?
I'm happy to start. I mean, my recommendation would be the windmill. I think that the energy that's created in the lobby with having the spokes coming off is far superior. I think it's the way it's laid out. It's conducive for nights and weekends when the 12-step groups will be coming in. They could access the wing with the activities, and those rooms will probably be best suited is because of the size. And I feel like in the windmill, and the comment was made, you know, you're going to feel like you're outdoors. And, you know, and I just think that that's, you know, and it's unique, you know, nobody else, you know, we've seen potato barns. There are other, like the parish hall, I believe the new emergency room. I think that and I see it in the pictures. I don't know, Carol, if you really addressed it, but there is going to be an opportunity for light. There's going to be windows, you know, clear story, you know, so that we're going to be getting natural light in the space. I know that you had them in both designs, but I mean, this is just very unique. And I just think that, again, like I said, the energy that you're going to feel when you walk into the lobby, that you'll be able to run into folks that are using the center, whether they're going to play bridge or they're going to have lunch or they're going to be taking, you know, a yoga class, that there's a lot of opportunity for, you know, interaction and socialization.
Anyone else? David?
Sure. First of all, I want to thank you very much for taking this extra time. I know the extra time gives us more information for a better decision, specifically about the basement, because I requested that, and I thank you. There's some elements to that about the reoccurring costs, as you mentioned, that it is important. I know the supervisor has mentioned this in the past. So I thank you for parsing that out, explaining that as well as you did. To answer one of the callers' questions earlier, this is more just of a schematical overview of what we're looking for, the functionality and the look of the building. I can't even say these are engineered designs, but as far as the site plan, entrances, turning lanes, parking spots, that will all be encapsulated into the site plan design review as we move forward. So I appreciate those comments.
Yeah.
I thank you for a couple of things. I enjoy the windmill design. I think having the large entries portico, in which is multifaceted for individuals to go to the 3-tier locations, if we wanted to say, to the activity wings, to the administration wing, and then to the main central hub of the socialization or for the food dispensary. is one that I'm enjoying seeing being developed. The snapshot of the interior space, which is the first one I've seen on this presentation, where you do see the clear story, as we mentioned, the view of the outside coming in now. It's inviting. It's exciting on both of them, but this one is overall more exciting to me, and I can see the functionality of it being better. I enjoy also on the activities wing how you brought you switched the potential location for the hallway, the connecting hallway, to the parking lot side instead of the side where the view would be, the view shed. It's always nice to be distracted while you're working out, by looking at nature, and so that I thought was a good element there. I waver a little bit, or waffle, however you want to say it, about the basement, about the extra cost on this, and specifically the reoccurring costs. I know, which is big concern to many of us here. I can understand not doing it that way, but I do appreciate you taking the time to look at it. As we move forward on here, I think the site plan should also include screening elements, landscaping, screening elements that will be added back there, as we've heard today from numerous speakers. There will be deforestation to a need here, but there's still ways in which we can reforest areas with greater understory, with greater trees, that will also provide screening and assist with the character of the neighborhood there. So I think that's important as we move forward in an appropriate, sensitive, native way. That's one thing that I would ask as we move on to the potential next phase. But those are some of my comments.
Thank you for the comment about the landscape. The native landscape is really important to us. I think you did ask us to do as much no-mow. And so we're looking at that. We're starting to think about it, developing appropriate, nature-appropriate native type prairies to go with reforestation. So thank you for the comment.
So if we're just going down the line here. Okay. So I appreciate both of my colleagues' comments on this, and I do find that the windmill, I'd like the entrance to the windmill, I think the best of the two choices. And the size, I think, fits. I would even I know you've put a wall kind of in between the lobby and the dining room, and I would probably say maybe even more glass on that wall and not so much paneling. I do appreciate the fact that you could slide them back and they could have a much more open space if you wanted a much more open space. The negatives that I find with it is the opportunity for solar, and therefore our net zero that we're trying to really move towards, and the length of walking that you have to do from the parking lot. I'm concerned of the parking on a roadway, which I would consider to be probably a pretty active roadway, that you've got people backing in to it or backing out of it. And I don't know. I like the parking area on the linear. I think it's closer. It makes more sense. It's less of the parking on the roadway. And so I don't know. I think that needs to be looked at, the parking issue for the windmill. I'm going to hedge a little bit here and say, I think either one of them would be great in a lot of ways. So, and I'm not sure I agree that you can't add on to the linear just as easily if we needed to expand it in the future. So I think we have two very good choices. And I'm not giving you exactly, I'm not coming down exactly as you probably want. So, but I will listen to what my colleagues have to say as well.
Thank you. I think it was very helpful. And I thank Renette for coming out on Sunday and climbing and walking the property with her. It helped me a lot in visualizing the the structures that we're proposing. I agree that, we're getting down to the fine choice between two good designs. Well, initially I was a big fan of the linear in concern with form meeting function for the users. That's my number one area of concern for this design. But I do like the changes that you've made to what we're calling the windmill design. And how you've grouped everything closer together and decreased the walking distance from the first iteration that we saw of that. The other thing that I like about it for the users is that you will have more view, moving the dining room, media room, the game room from behind the other linear structure. So then it'll be kind of more open for the users. I can understand the parking issues that Sylvia raises. I agree that that's a really important component as well. But I think looking at it, and I asked this question of my fellow board members, it seems to me the windmill design kind of disperses the impact of the massing of the building better than the linear design will look like a large, two large, long structures when you're thinking of them in the space. That's I think opening it up and giving it outdoor spaces on each side of those windmill blades helps disperse that. And the other negative, and perhaps you can tell us what the difference is between what's available in terms of solar installation on the linear as opposed to what's available on the windmill. A plus is hard to judge rather than saying this much can go on here and this much can go on there. And I think that's where I'm at.
Thank you, Kate. My comments are as follows. I think with your expertise, you could certainly conform either of these basic designs to meet our needs. For me, it's important that the lobby space and the dining room be able to function together and separately, that they be configured in a way so that you could have different activities and business going on in each place, or that they could be combined for a single activity. I also have concerns about the solar installation. We heard from you today that neither rooftop would provide enough solar to help us reach net zero.
No. They both will. A preliminary estimate of your area, both can accommodate it.
Oh, both can accommodate.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I guess what's lacking is my understanding of how you're going to accomplish that on windmill, since it's a flat roof design.
Right.
So that would require additional support structure and additional costs in order to install the solar. So that's a concern. How much would that actually cost? We know that in building standalone solar farms, that the structure to hold the panels gets to be expensive versus if you can incorporate it into the existing roof plane of the structure. So I think, in that issue, on that issue, that the linear is far superior for the solar installation. I also think that the linear tends to be more efficient in terms of total use of space, and the fact that it could be, 650 square feet less. I don't know what the cost per square foot's estimated at, but if it's $1,000 a square foot, that's $650,000. So that's not a small amount of difference in cost. And that's just one aspect of the cost, the ongoing maintenance, et cetera. I like the consolidated nature of the parking and circulation plan for the linear better than the windmill. Seems like there's a lot of extra driveway pavement, and the parking is I just did a cursory count based on what I could count on on the plan view, and it looked like there was about 76 parking spaces nearby in linear versus 64 for Windmill. I have the same concerns expressed by Sylvia regarding the parking along the main entrance driveway. I think perpendicular parking on the main driveway is not a good idea. It's very problematic, especially with when you start involving seniors who's may not have as acute sight
Anyone?
reflexes
Yeah.
as I'm finding as I grow older. I think to Sylvia's point, it seems like expansion could be accommodated in either design. The windmill design is certainly more interesting, and I would expect that, you know, as an architect, you know, certainly more challenging in designing as well. It's somewhat reminiscent of Ai Weiwei's house and forge in upstate New York. The same kind of windmill, at least from the top. His curves on the sides are more gradual, where this is more like spokes coming off a hub. But it's aesthetically much more interesting. So from that standpoint, you know, I could see why the pluses come out in favor on the aesthetics. I'm glad to see that you're incorporating lots of natural light in either design. I know that was something that was important to all of us and many community members. So I guess, you know, bottom line is, for me, I'm confident that you can basically design either format. And I would hope that going forward, depending on whichever design the board lands on, that we can incorporate those concerns and address them in either design, trying to make it as cost efficient, both for initial construction as well as maintenance going forward, to consolidate the parking and circulation to the greatest degree possible. And that's really all I have to say at this point.
I could just add another comment on there. I think the global look of this, I think we mentioned how if the roof space on the Sport Time or indoor facility next door that's least licensed, the Sport Time can be used by solar, that'd be great. I know I got a message from Lena just the other day. I think this might be the perfect opportunity for parking with solar over top. It's brand new. That might be an option to make sure we can encapsulate, maybe not all of it, but some of it. The parking on the pole, while I don't like the parking on both sides of the pole going up to the flag, if you want to say.
To the access
The
driveway.
access, yeah, the access drive.
Yeah.
Parking on the side closer to the baseball field there probably would be used a lot by individuals using the sporting recreation. It would be used a lot. I would be using it. So I can't see having it on both sides there, but maybe on one side, outside of where foul balls would be shagged to. So it doesn't hit your car.
Yeah,
People wouldn't
that's a
use
good
it anyway,
idea.
right? You wouldn't park your car there if there's gonna be foul balls. But if it was maybe higher by the bathroom, a little bit more, I don't know, north or northwest bathroom, back towards where the larger facility, just it's thought provoking. There's no need to put parking spots where you know they're not going to get used. If you go to watch the men's or even the women's softball games, no one parks in the parking field there right past the outfield because they're going to get a dent in their car. So use of space and knowing the greatest amount of money on this, or not the greatest, one of the greatest amounts is going to go site development. I wouldn't want to rule that out, but as a possibility of look at the global approach to what the needs are, I would just keep that in the, maybe in the queue for design elements. In retrospect, looking at it, I do like the consolidated parking on the linear better. And if there's a way that we can look to do that, accomplish that on the windmill, I think that's appropriate too. So, and I get that through discussion here.
I mean, that may be accomplished even just by rotating the windmill, if you will, a little bit.
Yeah. But I solar over parking? This might be,
Might be helpful.
it might be one of those first
Well,
locations.
it sounds like we're going to have to, if we go with the windmill design, come up with an alternative to direct mount, that there's going to have to be some sort of structure built just to house the solar, rather than incorporating it into the roof plane. I know, again, additional cost for building structures just to hold the solar versus using an existing or new structure that's designed to be able to accommodate it.
Well, can I just roll with you on this one?
Yeah.
So we were talking about on the linear, the coverage to have from the parking lot for individuals coming in, right? In rain or snow or such. Having that coverage being designed with full solar panels, we might be able to, get two birds with that one stone there. The solar needs, but also the supporting protection from the elements as individuals enter or exit the facility.
You mean
So-
in the windmill design?
Oh, in any design.
In any
Yeah,
design?
yeah.
Because there's not
is there a
much.
wa-
I mean,
is
it's
there
not a
way
very
that we
big
can
space.
pull them in. I'm just thinking out loud.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to be looking to try and cover every possible surface of roof. Again, it's just we're doing this somewhat in a vacuum, in that we're not looking at what the implications of design are on cost.
Yeah.
And in some ways, that's a little problematic. We're not able to make those kind of decisions. There really hasn't been an assessment on that.
Yes.
It's strictly visual at this point.
Right. Well, we're
with some
looking-
consideration about flow.
Right.
And
Well, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm confident that either one of these design programs can accommodate, really efficient interior use of space and flow, and the distances required to travel are not very different from each other, really, other than maybe some of the outline parking distances to the building.
Actually, we have considered cost as we develop these, and the best place to look at it is here. My rule of thumb is I want these to be at this point in design, at the preliminary conceptual design, schematic design, we call it. We will have the opportunity to make modifications, but generally you can't change. My rule of thumb is don't ask to change anything more than 10% without a major redesign. And so sort of my check when I look at these is to make sure that the buildings cost according to the amount that you build and the quality. So for example, the quality of an exterior skin is more expensive than an interior skin. So you look at that and you look at the overall square footage, and these are so close that I'm really confident to tell you that there's not an unworkable cost difference between them. And that cost has been one of them. We've tried to make these as efficient as we can, because more than anything, that affects what a building costs.
Can you share with us?
Well, I was just going
some
to
of the
say, so what
building
we talked about is, and you said the number, we're looking at probably $1,000 per square foot. So if we're looking at a 24,000 square foot building, we're at approximately $24 million. And then we're probably looking at about $2 million in soft costs. We've got, part of what's at play here is the fact that it's a flag lot. So you've got, 900 feet, we're 900 feet from the street. And we want to make this a green building, net zero, and that adds cost up front. We're have to pay prevailing wage, we're under Wick's law. We've, have to, the current, costs for construction right now, unfortunately, are kind of through the roof. So that's kind of where we're at. If you wanted to put a little bit of a buffer in, if we're talking maybe, if I would, put in the request to Becky for capital, probably looking at $28 million.
Okay, and then so again, if you're going based on square footage, and our consultants can add to this, but if we're saying $1,000 a square foot, and you have about a 650 square foot difference, that's $650 $1,000, then you have exterior skin differences of roughly 500, almost 600 square feet. I mean, does that also translate to additional costs of windmill over linear? And so I guess, those are the.
I'm sorry, where are you getting the 650 square feet difference?
It's
Subtracting.
12,898 for exterior skin on windmill, and it's
Okay.
12,315 exterior skin on
Got it.
linear. So I'm getting it off the presentation.
I think if I could just chime in, I would say that that's getting too much in the weeds, that some of the bigger costs that we're looking at are going to be the costs associated with the site development and those things. And I think for 600 square feet, that it's not something to be concerned about at this level. When we take it to the next step of development, we can look at how the costs are falling out for various things. So I think it's too early.
Yeah, I mean, the next step of the development, though, we've already chosen a design and a pathway. That's,
But within that design and pathway, we have lots of opportunities to increase or decrease the exterior development, of the landscape and the parking. We've got the opportunity to look at how we express the materials that are chosen. So there is some wiggle room. Like I wouldn't make the decision on which scheme to go with based purely on these square footage differentials, because as we develop it, we may come up with other savings.
Yeah, another way to think about it is we are only able to be so accurate at this point because so much is unknown. If we put this out for general contractors bids and the range between them was $650, we'd say that was a really tight bid over, whatever, 28 million. So I think that is just we can't fine tune it that much at this point.
So I'm noticing, can you speak to, on the windmill design, you've got an extra road that has to go around.
That was for deliveries to the kitchen, and that doesn't necessarily need to be hard paved pavement. We don't know if that's necessary at this time, but once again, this is so conceptual. This isn't really a plan, it's conceptual, and we need to work out all of these issues.
I see that, but I want to see what they're doing here.
And if you look at the linear, there's a loop.
If there's getting a delivery there, how do they turn around? It's like
Once
a dead
again,
end
You could do a
road.
Y turn.
Yeah.
You could do a Y turn. We probably would want to have a pull-up type of, not a dock per se, but a pull-up entrance anyway, so they can unload. We've talked to, go ahead.
I was just going to ask, in terms of the depiction of the windmill as it is now, the orientation of the building, can you speak to why it's positioned that way, and what would the impacts be if you were to rotate the entire windmill clockwise by, say, I don't know, 20 degrees? Because then you could then have your access to the kitchen at a much shorter distance. You wouldn't have to go around one whole spoke.
Yeah.
It would allow for maybe greater parking close by.
I think that you, that's exactly what we'll be doing next. Is looking at, we'll be fine tuning this. I agree with you. I think I keep on wanting to turn it a little bit and see if I can improve the solar orientation. Although this has really good solar orientation now. And I'm also intrigued with the idea of moving it south a bit so we can get another row of parking down it, from the discussion about the flag lot. But those types of refinements are the ones that we'll bring to you next.
Right. Board have a preference at this point? Do we have any kind of consensus on a preference?
I'd like to see the next round with the adjusted parking and the adjusted windmill spokes.
So are you saying, Kate, that you'd like to see?
The next round
Are
of
you- are-
detail.
Over.
But are
But
you,
as far
are you
as-
choosing
And you-
between lineal and windmill at this point? Are you prepared to decide one program over the other? Or not?
No, I think I need the additional details that we're talking about.
Sylvia, do you have?
I think I need expense details. I don't
Yeah.
want to put this town into an expense, if we get I'd like to see what the expenses difference would be. Let me put it that way.
The
David?
difference between windmill and linear.
Correct, sorry.
David?
I'm very comfortable going with the windmill. I have been time. I think that one thing that's a little bit, might be a little bit misleading on this potential overlay is that the property line's not matching up. This looks to be an oblique based on what I've seen on previous surveys. So I think the whole structure is going to be moving closer to the sport time facility than we think on there. But I still feel like the windmill is the one that is going to bring the most excitement and functionality to the project in general. And a lot of the other things can be worked on as we move forward with what the conceptual design is going to be. I think to get this moving forward in a fashion that can be explored deeper, we need to focus on the one design and move ahead with it.
But I mean, I do think this is the more interesting design, the windmill, aesthetically. I just, take the comments from our consultants that, at this stage, they have plenty of room to design rest of the building to address our concerns about cost and maintenance and some of the other efficiencies. These are pretty basic draft project designs at this point. And, I think, again, they could probably take our comments and our concerns and incorporate them into any of those designs. They're certainly capable of doing that.
And I agree with David. I mean, windmill has been my favorite from the beginning. The function works. I think, as I said earlier, the energy that, pulling up to that building, how the lobby will function with the different spokes. And it is, I believe it's a far superior design.
I'm still really interested to see how you're going to accommodate the solar on the windmill design. I'm trying to envision that, and based on my somewhat limited experience with solar, both standalone arrays and rooftop installations and opportunity site installations. I'm thinking it's going to be some sort of raised steel framework with panels attached to it, but you may come up with a much more cost-effective, creative way of doing it. But I'd kind of like to see how you plan on meeting that challenge, because that's an important, I think, aspect. Certainly, we expect that there be solar. And again, with costs in mind, we could certainly have solar in the parking lot, covered spaces. Again, that's standalone steel structures. That all adds up in cost.
So obviously, this is the phase that, it's critical that we get this right so that we can, give the direction to R2. So, I mean, David and I have come out strong for the windmill design. Sylvia wants to see the cost differential. The architects are saying that they're going to they'll be able to work within our budget with both designs. Kate, you want to go another round?
No, I'm also curious, and to me, the solar is an important aspect as well, and the parking design. And I think for me, the linear parking is a better layout, and I don't think that's a minor thing where we put the parking in. If that road can go around, or if it can be turned a little bit to eliminate some of that, that's important to me, as well as the solar.
Jason, can you take the PowerPoint down, or Carol? take the
Absolutely,
que- so
no
we-
problem. I can take care of that right now.
I can do that. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I mean, as I said in the beginning, the windmill design is attractive to me, but to really say this is the one I think we should go with, I would just like to have those questions answered.
Can I suggest that we take the windmill, not, the linear, I think stands on its own right at the moment, and we take the linear and just address those concerns? Because from our point of view, we don't think the solar is as big an issue as you're representing. And we certainly have not designed the parking with the same kind of attention as the programmatic elements of the building.
The programmatic or problematic? Sorry.
Programmatic. We spent a lot of time on the program of the interior of the building. And for us, the next phase would be to bring up the development of the site.
Another way to say what Ronette's saying is if we develop costs for you now, you wouldn't see any difference. We'd evaluate these to be the same cost.
Yeah. But suggestions in terms of one-sided parking on the flag and maybe doing a slight rotation and seeing how much pavement, we can compare it to the pavement and things that we've drawn in linear already. So I don't think we need to develop that any further. I just think that to address these issues, we can.
Yeah, I think, one of the concerns is just to keep at a minimum the amount of paved surfaces, improved services, and still meet the needed parking to have the most efficient design on that's important.
And have you looked at the placement of the septic system in regards to all of this?
Yes, we have.
So at this point, you will take another look at the site plan for windmill and make a few adjustments and tweaks and see how you can rework that to address the discussion today.
Right, yes.
Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah. And we have done, we have costs on solar panel installation too, fairly recently. And I want to say they're the same because you still have to put a structure in to mount them on a roof because you can't penetrate the roof. But before I do that, I want to check them. So I'll get back to you about that too.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions,
No.
comments, concerns from the board this time?
No.
Thank you all so much. Appreciate your efforts and your time today, bringing this back, and we look forward to furthering the discussion.
Great.
Okay, great.
Thanks, Renette. Thanks, Carol.
Thank you.
Can I ask that we switch the topics for the next, and we do the
fine
chapter
with me.
155 first, since we've got Mark here and.
Sure.
Oh, that we lost the chief, huh? Oh, the chief's still here.
Yes.
You want to switch them or not?
Oh, I didn't realize the chief was coming
Yeah,
back.
he's
No, we
still
can,
here.
we'll, let's do the order then. It's on here.
Okay, so the next topic for discussion are proposed revisions to chapter 151, special events permits. And we have our assistant town attorney, David McMaster here. We also
And
have
before-
our chief of police as well.
Before we do that, I'm just going to follow up with some of the questions that the board asked at our last presentation on December 6th. And I have a brief presentation on the data.
Great.
And then that'll lead into David. Emery, could you please start the presentation? So what the board at our previous discussion on the 6th, December 6th, had some questions on the data for events on town beaches. And I titled this town, there you go, Anne Marie. You should be able to share a screen now.
Okay, yeah.
I titled this catered events on town beaches because it incorporates all the beaches in the town. Bay beaches, beaches that don't end in beaches, public beaches behind folks' homes, etc. So first thing that I looked at, and if you, the first slide is that we broke down that there were 75 catered events on town beaches in 2020. So what we mean by catered events is that their professional services was hired to provide food and services for the event. So that broke down to be 71 of those events occurred on ocean beaches, 3 occurred on bay beaches, and 1 occurred at the Maidstone Pavilion in Denton Springs. And that's where we got the total of 75 catered events. So I wanted to take a closer look at the largest number, which is the events on ocean beaches, and analyze them, present them to you by location. So you can get an idea of where the busiest beaches are during the season. And it broke down like this. There were 26 catered events at Atlantic Beach, 12 at Indian Wells, 12 at Beach Lane, 5 at Kirk Park, 2 at Nappy, and then 14 at the miscellaneous ocean beach fronts were behind folks' houses and et cetera. Then we looked at them by days of the week. So on the weekdays, we had Monday, we had 3 events, Tuesdays, we had 4 events, Wednesdays, 4 events, and then we get to the weekends. Obviously, this is where things ramp up. Thursdays, 10 events, Fridays, on the weekends, we had 23 events held, Saturdays, 17 events, and Sundays, 10 events. Then there was a question on how many events occurred on the same day at the same beach. And this is how that broke down. So on the beach that had the multiple events turned out to be Atlantic Beach, which was the only beach where there were events, 2 events held on the same day. And so that was July 3rd. We saw that there were 5 days where there were multiple events. July 3rd, there were 2 events, and that was a Sunday, and there were 60 attendees. Thursday, July 14th, there were 2 events for 65 attendees. Saturday, July 23rd, 2 events, total of 60 attendees. Friday, August 12th, 2 events for a total of 43 attendees. And Saturday, September 3rd, 2 events for a total of 45 attendees. So this is how we looked at the amount of folks, because that also matters, not just the number of events, but what was the total of people that attended the cater events on our ocean beaches. And the total number of attendees at catered events as submitted on their permits was 2,293 attendees. And if you divide that by 71 catered events, the average event, catered event total on our ocean beaches was 32 folks. That's only attendees and does not include staff. And that was the breakdown on the data that the board requested at our last discussion.
Thanks, Kate. And again, that's catered events.
Yes, specifically catered events.
So if somebody had a private party but didn't hire a caterer, they would get an event permit.
Right.
For
and
the
that wouldn't
beach.
be considered a catered event.
It's not considered catered. Do we have an idea how many of those events are also occurring?
Yeah, we had a number for those. Anne Marie, did you?
The ones that are not catered?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could get that number for you if you'd like.
Okay. Yeah, I'd just be curious for context. Obviously there are a number of people who will be having, parties or whatever on our beaches that they don't hire a private caterer, commercial caterer.
They tend to be much smaller and more family oriented.
Right, and that's in the code, right? It's up to 20 adults and you don't need to have a permit. Is that correct, David? Or if something's impromptu, a couple of families decide to go down to the beach and.
You're still not allowed to have a commercial caterer.
Right.
Right, but in terms of
Wanna get to
the trigger
Could you get
for.
to the mic, David, so that you're.
Sorry, I'm still a little bit hoarse.
If you could give us the trigger for the requirement of a events permit on town beaches other than catering?
Yes, one moment, please. So beaches are in section 151, 3, subsection 1. And that is I apologize. That's the prohibited assemblies on town beaches. So anytime that food is sold, that you have more than 20 people with the caterer, if you have people that aren't over 18 years old gathering in that event, that would trigger a special event permit. No person shall organize or conduct a public property special event as defined in the East Hampton Town Code.
That's 151-4 exemptions. It's H. That's non-commercial social events.
Yes, so but he asked what the triggers are just in general for.
No, I wanted to know what the trigger is for a non-commercial, just for the regular residents, if they wanted to go down to the beach.
Top of page 7, what Kate said, H.
That's non-commercial social events as defined above on public property involving up to 20 people over the age of 18 years.
That's a limit. So that's, yeah.
So that's a trigger.
So that's the trigger then.
That's
If
the
you-
trigger.
Right.
So if you have
It would also
20,
be triggered by if you had someone.
so you have
a
20,
caterer.
21 adults, 21 adults is the trigger
Right.
for non-commercial. Okay, thank you. All right,
So this will lead into David's presentation, which is the proposed revisions to chapter 151 special events.
Can I just ask one question before we get there? And it was a comment, I think that one of the speakers had, just one of the public speakers, and it was just the inclusion of miscellaneous ocean beach fronts. And specifically, if the ocean beach front is private, that there still triggers for an assembly permit that they would have to still abide by the town code. You
Yes.
just can't have a private beach and have whatever party you want. There are still triggers for permitting for your event if you would like to have so.
so if it
I
was,
don't know if that's necessarily.
so it's an association beach, for instance, and they want to have a gathering over whatever that trigger is, then they still need a gathering permit.
Like a
Right.
bay beach, like Clearwater Beach.
Right.
Yeah.
Or like any other home.
Right.
Like a residence.
Like a
exactly.
private, it's basically private property.
It's about the assembly
Right.
and the impacts of the assembly more than the type of property in terms of the special events permits.
But for a beach, it's 21, and for a private residence, it's 50.
Right.
Understood. Okay, Dave, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I wonder about that though. If there's a like a common area that's owned like a homeowners association and it's outdoors, and they wanted to have an event in that outdoor space, I would say that that's similar to a beach that's also owned by a private homeowners association. Are we going to require them to get a permit to have more than 50 people outdoors on property they own? Probably not, right? So why would
I think we would, wouldn't we?
Yeah, I think this is all a public
It's
safety
all,
issue.
it's all about
it's in the residence
gathering.
it's outdoors though, and it's in a
Well, you
common
could have
area.
a
It's not,
resident-
it's
you
not
could
a
have an
residence.
outdoor at a residential property, and you still have to get the gathering permit.
I have to look into that, but I think that it's shared common property between the homeowners association. This year, we made some changes to the 151 that included adding definitions from the Suffolk County Code. Caterer, we took from the county code, and that is defined as any person or business engaged in serving food or beverages for private functions in a professional capacity in the town of East Hampton. Catered event, we also took that from a resolution that we had done previously. We codified it. This says any special event where a person or entity is contracted to provide food and drink, including professional service, at a special event on public property. Professional service shall include, but not limited to, delivery, setup, preparation, food service, or cleanup of any food or beverage or associated equipment and accessories. This shall not apply to persons or parties bringing food and drink to a special event on public property, provided no professional services have been contracted. On page 2, we added a extra category of special event permit. There's now 6 instead of 5, and the new category of special event permit can be found on page 3 of the handout. It's seasonal special event permit. This is something that the town has been discussing for a while in the special event committee and is really intended to try to regulate commercial activity on town beaches in a way that we haven't been able to do in the past, I think. So that's a permit for reoccurring commercial recreational activity on public property, including but not limited to surf instruction, paddleboard instruction, yoga classes, and the installation of hotel equipment such as chairs and umbrellas on a town beach. Again, as you guys can see, we took the definition of summer camp, town resident from that same resolution that we had previously borrowed from and relied on. The next change is to 151.3 subsection C. Any special event held on Community Preservation Fund property, CPF property, will now need a town board resolution in order to go forward, which has been the practice.
Right, it's been the past practice and we just decided we needed to codify it.
So I guess I have a question about that. We have certain situations with entities and organizations where we have license agreements. And it's understood as part of the license agreement that they operate in a certain way. So, I mean, it's something that we could consider, I think, going forward, is whether or not there isn't a blanket permission for certain types of activities within the season as part of the operation of that building by that entity.
That would be in the license agreement, though. I mean, right now, like, for instance, like Duck Creek or the Amagansett Life Saving Station.
That's not a CPF.
No, that's not a CPF, but Duck Creek is, where they have to.
Farm museum.
Right, the farm museum. When they're having over 50, they need to come to us for a special event permit. I believe that's the cutoff. That's the cutoff I know for the farm museum is 50. I believe it's the same for Duck Creek. And part of it is that some of these CPF purchasers are in residential neighborhoods, and the committee wants to be able to review parking plans and times, and, making sure in some cases they're doing multiple activities in a day. We want to make sure that there's ample time in between, because we're concerned about, the
license
quality of life
agreement.
in the residential neighborhood.
Some of the specific license agreements say that you're limited to a certain number of special events and the type of that per season, or even, I know it's Duck Creek that has the prohibition against outdoor use after dark, right? So
I think we also, though, have a license agreement with Montauk Historical that allows for up to 75.
I don't know off the top of my head, but it's possible.
Sure. Did that
No,
require?
You're talking about the Carl Fisher House?
Yeah.
That license agreement?
No, I mean,
So I just want to make sure we're not confusing and clouding the issue. Maybe just something that says unless otherwise
I take the point.
allowed by license agreement.
Yeah,
with
I
the
think
town.
that's
Just
good.
maybe just a little caveat on there,
I think that's appropriate.
so there's no confusion about that.
There's a very minor amount of properties CPF that have license agreements compared to the amount of
True.
CPF properties that are out there.
True, but I don't want to
Yeah,
cause
you're- I
problems
agree- I
in
agree
those
with you.
cases. Let's just be clear about it. That takes you to page 7.
Okay, so what were the words you wanted to add, Peter? Unless something to like.
Unless otherwise allowed by,
Unless otherwise.
permitted, unless otherwise permitted by license agreement.
Yeah,
with the
that's what I
town.
have. Okay.
So page 7, the requirements for a special event permit application, we changed the wording. We previously said planning board approval or site plan approval. We changed it to planning board site plan approval, which is what Eric Shantz requested that we refer to it as. On page 8, item 24, the applicant has to indicate if a generator or other similar device will be used and indicate the size and placement, and then make a separate application for the fire marshals to conduct a safety inspection. And related to that is on page 10, we're establishing a fee for the fire marshal to conduct those inspections, and that fee amount will be set by resolution adopted by the town board from time to time.
Sense.
Prohibited assemblies is on page 14, it's 151-18. So catered events on town beaches with more than 50 guests unless the event is sponsored by a local charitable organization as defined herein. D is wedding.
So you know what, it just brought up, should it be local charitable organization or homeowners association? It's the Montauk Beach Property Owners
Property owners have a
Association
big
has
barbecue
their barbecue picnic, 4th of July and Labor Day. I don't know if they're a 501c3, but
So this provision would limit the total number of guests allowed at an event on the beach unless it's sponsored by a local charity. And I do think adding or local homeowners association should be added to that, given that there are some instances where we have, and you mentioned MBPOA.
Well, then item D is wedding ceremonies on public property, including town beaches with more than 50 guests. And for both weddings and catered events, the 50 guest limitation does not include event staff.
Can I go back to see where we added for local HOA? I mean, we're talking about an HOA that is right there at the beach. We're not talking about an HOA in spring saying, oh, by the way, I'd like to have, 100 people here and I get to go and I don't have to have an event.
I would say they have to have a demonstrable property ownership interest in the beach where they're having the event, right?
Okay, somehow or another, I think what we just added is.
So having
a local HOA.
some additional language to clarify that.
Yeah.
And limit it would be helpful.
Yep.
Is that it?
Yes.
Any other comments?
I don't know if the chief is here,
Chief,
if
did
he
you
wants
wanna-
to make a comment.
Welcome, Chief Sarlo.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to make a few very brief comments on, what's been going on through our special events committee over the years, the evolution of what we're experiencing, the volume we're dealing with, and why the need to continue to make some of these recommendations for legislative changes has come about. Appreciate the work that David and the staff of the town attorney's office has put in. Essentially, our weekly committee meetings have become almost overwhelming with the volume of requests for events, both on public and private property. And we totally support the community's desire to use our open spaces and to have functions outside. We support the caterers in their endeavors to run their businesses and the other local commercial establishments that have businesses that are tied to the use of our outdoor spaces. We have a lot of concerns that have continued to come forward with loopholes in different sections of the law and the ability for us to kind of regulate and legislate from a committee standpoint into how the appropriate use is allowed. And we just feel like continuing to use our experience as a committee as to what we're seeing come before us, and then we have the ability to go out and actually monitor through Marine Patrol on the beaches or through code enforcement at special events, needs a more cohesive and comprehensive look moving forward. And we keep doing this year to year, which is why some of these changes continue to be made to find a way to make sure that we're not exposing, zoning, planning, overuse, under ability to regulate, all those types of things. So it's a cohesive thing that just keeps evolving. And I appreciate the work the town attorney's office are doing and making sure that we can keep piecing together the different sections of the code and make sure that it's, something that we all understand and that we can give out to the community and the business people when they ask these questions, and they understand what we're doing as a municipality in general to regulate and monitor these things while still allowing the use. So.
Great.
That's
Thank
my
you. Any
2 cents.
questions for the chief?
Not for the chief. I have just one of David or 2 of David, if you don't mind.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, chief. I
you.
appreciate all your help with this on the committee as well.
So I know some of our fire departments also use public beaches, and sometimes they amass more than 50 people. Would that be an allowance go under local charitable organizations, or is that
It's a function of government, I believe.
Okay.
That's their operation. Use it for training exercises or?
No.
No,
They've had-
gatherings.
They've had
They have
They have a
barbecues.
barbecue, yeah.
They'd fall under charitable
okay?
organizations.
I just wanted to confirm that. The other thing is, I know when we initially discussed this, thank you for putting the numbers together. Okay, to see where you're at. This is all going to come down, Chief knows, it's all going to come down to enforcement. That's one of the reasons why, the supervisors in the recent budgets have been increasing more boots on the sand for Marine Patrol. Being cynical, saying there's 36 people, there's probably a little bit more. 50 is the number. I've stated before I was more to 75, but I think this is a good start to regulating the commercialization of the beaches right now. And we'll see how that matches up to enforcement, because it's going to come down to enforcement on there. I agree with what Chief Sarlo said. We want to enjoy our public beaches, but we want to know when too much, it's just too much, either for the infrastructure of staff, but also the enjoyment of other residents out here too.
So we have caps, but
Yeah.
On the number of people participating.
Yep.
But I don't believe there's any cap on the
amount of them,
the number of them per day or location or in total. Is that something?
Well, that has been at the discretion really of the committee. Well, and I believe I might have said this before. So for instance, Beach Lane, Kirk Beach, Ditch, Indian Wells, we would only put 1 event there. Atlantic Beach is the only beach where we would put 2 events if the numbers were small and Kate demonstrated that in her PowerPoint. And typically one goes on by the beach hut, one goes on down by the comfort station. And because it's a
So the only
wider
thing
beach.
regulating is the days of the week. So you can only, each lane, you can have 1 per day, 7 days a week, all summer, for instance.
Starting at 6 o'clock, because
There's no other limitation at this point, right?
So there's discretion that the town board has pursuant to the special event committee through its position as the designee. But you can consider whether the number of events is such that it.
At this point, we haven't, I guess my point is we haven't reached that point yet.
No.
I don't believe we have.
I don't
Where
believe
you're
we have.
denying based on volume. It's like, okay, that's just too many this year.
We've denied based on numbers. We've denied based on numbers, and we've denied based on there was a commercial hook, like a sponsorship by,
Right.
a tequila
Branding.
or branding.
Or if there was a request for a 3rd event at Atlantic Avenue on it.
Yeah, or they've thought they could put down dance floors and all kinds of things, and we did
Structures.
couches and that's been denied.
So go back, I think this is a reasonable approach, and it's a reasonable approach to give guardrails, but also guidelines to applicants then too. And it's, again, the continued evolution of, I think this used to be commercial mass gathering permits now wherever we're at. So that continued evolution is good within, as she said, it's being demonstrated. There's a need for this, these new laws. So I'm okay starting here and we'll see how it goes. We can always review, as we do with the beaches. every year.
And I believe we're still on schedule, like we had like laid out when we presented the PowerPoint and the overview back on December 6th. You know, we'd like to notice this for public hearing on January 19th. So David, if you could make the changes, I don't think that they're substantive enough that we would need to put it on for another work session, you know. And then have the public hearing on February 16th. This way folks have a month and then we could, you know, consider adopting the legislation on or about March 2nd. We get a month with the state and then you know, this code goes into effect, you know, early April so that folks know well before the season starts what the rules of engagement are.
Thank you very much. At this point, we will move on to our last item for today. Proposed revisions to Chapter 155 Landscape and Gardening for Bamboo and Prohibited Species. And we have David McMaster again, Assistant Attorney, and Mark Abramson from Natural Resources Department. And Kathy, I guess this evolved partially out of
Yeah, it came from the East Hampton CAC. This is something, as Katie mentioned, we
heard from
talked
one of
to
the members
at an event.
and resident about the impacts on bamboo.
Right, and when I
encroachment.
brought it up to Mark and Natural Resources, he was completely on board. And I know I brought it up a couple of times during my liaison report and seemed to have the support of the board.
So take it away.
We decided to put this section in 155 landscaping and gardening. Makes sense. The other East End towns, Southampton, Riverhead, they have bamboo prohibitions in their town codes. I think East Hampton is a little bit late in considering one, so they're all pretty similar. What's proposed is a combination of what we thought were the best aspects of the other towns' laws, and I don't know that I'm really the one to talk about the specifics of the bamboo regulation when Mark is here, but the law allows for pre-existing bamboo on properties to be grandfathered in to a certain extent, and prohibits the introduction or spreading of new bamboo on your property or on your neighbor's property, and requires certain mandatory mitigation or removal that's spelled out in the law itself. That is pretty complex and relates to installation of sheathing composed of metal or other material impenetrable by bamboo at a sufficient depth. And it has to meet setbacks from the neighboring property line. One change that Mark wanted to make was for pre-existing bamboo or bamboo that is, this is 155.12 prohibition. Especially, I just want to get rid of that one, right?
Yeah, we definitely appreciate all the public comments that we had before the meeting started. Definitely took some of them into account and would try to definitely tweak the law a little bit according to the comments that we got. I do believe that the prohibition, there shouldn't be many, if any, exceptions as it's a prohibited plant. So there shouldn't be any exceptions on planting it. I mean, if it can't be sold, it can't be purchased. So that's might be a moot point, but just to make sure that it's in the law stating that it can't be planted would be the best. Also, one of the comments mentioned natural resource special permit jurisdiction, dune land, wetland. I think that should be mentioned somewhere. I'm not sure exactly where we'd put that to say it's also within, if it's within NRSP jurisdiction, which would be 150 feet of a wetland or dune land, that it also should be prohibited or addressed. I'm not sure exactly how we're going to put that in there. Just again, trying to make sure that we do listen to the comments that were made during the public comment. Thought it would be definitely a good idea to include those.
There's a question about the definition of bamboo homeowner as well. And I think that the just general concept in the law is that when you purchase a property, you step into the shoes and inherit the property rights of the previous owner. So if you buy the house, you're the bamboo property owner.
Yeah, I think that was pretty well stated in the law. I think she just wasn't understanding. It did say, she mentioned that that it didn't recognize new homeowners, but it definitely states that in the property owner or person that owns the real estate would be any owner, whether they're new or previous.
Next section of this law is the invasive plants, which is based on the state regulation from the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation. They have a list of prohibited and regulated invasive plants, which is quite extensive.
And I think they're actually in the process of updating it also. I mean, it was previously published in 2014. I actually spoke to the people who published it. They're actually in the process of updating it because there have been some other obviously invasives that have come since then that are aggressive and should be included. One specifically would be tree heaven.
Which came out of my Hampton
That
CAC
2014 was pretty much when they first got introduced. So it obviously wasn't included at that point.
So much like the town code does with the state fire code and building code, I propose to adopt and incorporate by reference the regulations that are in the Environmental Conservation Law, NYC-RR Part 75. And it just gives the town an additional method or layer of enforcement beyond what the state can do, because I don't see that as that's a big burden for the state agency to enforce that in every town in the state. So we can have it on our books and do it here as well. So the list can be found at the website, which is footnoted, and the hyperlink is at the bottom.
Apparently, David, the hyperlink didn't work on the website. It wasn't out, it didn't hyperlink. So this is what the document looks like. I don't know if folks have seen it. This is the 2014, and it's from the New York State, the DEC and Ags and Markets.
We can add it to our website.
Yeah.
And then we can also reference that and see if we can fix the actual the link.
Great.
There's one other comment. One of the women in the audience made regarding updating 255, which actually we are in the process, us and the planning department, and we're trying to look through the whole thing and trying to update it. And we'll get something like that in the works, hopefully soon to come.
I'd just say that this probably does not apply to clumping bamboo, right?
Correct.
Those refers to the roots. The runners run and spread. The clumping roots are not invasive because they clump together.
Yeah, so it specifically says as bamboo, the classification of leptomorph, which would be the running bamboo, and the clumping one would not be included because it is still legally allowed to be purchased and planted.
Yeah, and that was stated when the DEC did that 8 years ago. So this is a long time coming, I think.
Yeah.
We just spent tens of thousands of dollars remedying and removing bamboo on a CPF property effectively. We hope it's going to be a yearly approach to it.
Yeah.
That was over an acre on there. It does become very, very invasive on there. I don't necessarily like how we're going to be just blanketly claiming everyone's pre-existing. Maybe I'm a little bit more cynical on it right now, as I sit here for a while. I would be more in favor of giving individuals a certain property owners a time frame to have their property inspected solely for bamboo by a designated agency to say that the property was inspected on this date. Help me out on this one. I see that there could be a conflict if that's not done by the same exact situation that we heard from earlier. That's there. No, that was from your property. No, that's from your property. You know, not to you two individuals, you know, going that way. I
I
can,
mean, I don't know if we have the manpower to do that specifically to every bamboo incident, but I guess we can do it case by case basis, stating, I mean, we can review the aerials and see when the
Use the
homeowner.
self-inspection.
I was gonna suggest.
self-inspection, aerials, pictures, they send it in to us. Also, I'm just trying to think about that aspect of it.
I mean,
So when
it
you
does-
deem something pre-existing,
It does say that the, like, if it's encroaching onto another homeowner, is that they, with some sort of written backing, that they can state that it was, you know, this homeowner that allowed it to come onto their property, whether it was pre-existing or not.
So can we just talk about private homeowners? Because I see the provision in the notice to remove liability. The property owner really is in favor of the town where the encroachment is on town property versus a residential neighbor. So the previous section 155.13 is regulations regarding pre-existing, basically says, upon my reading of it, that if somebody is a bamboo property owner and they're not supposed to allow that to encroach upon their neighbors, and they're supposed to remediate it. But what is the process by which they are forced to remediate it? Are they subject to the fines of violation of the code section, David? In the case of the town can simply go upon the property after, they can remove from town property and charge the adjacent property owner who's responsible for the encroachment.
So much.
What's the mechanism for residential property owners that are impacted by pre-existing bamboo?
It wouldn't be pre-existing there. At this point, you have to establish that laws can't be retroactively applied, right? So it has to happen after the date of the.
So if the property owner's already been encroached on by the bamboo,
they might have
there's
civil cause of
this
action.
won't address that.
It's by law, you can't retroactively prosecute somebody for doing something that wasn't a crime when it happened.
That's the conflict.
So what point? I mean, you have further encroachment, it was only 1 foot under my property. Now it's 3 feet since the date of this passage of this law. That counts as further encroachment, right?
If you want to be really cynical, then you yourself, the victim, would be responsible for the additional encroachment because it's on your property now. You've allowed it to go from 1 feet to 3.
Well, I think that's something that we need to address, David, because I don't think it's fair to burden the person who
encroaching.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think that is a problem.
That's just.
Because now we're having one neighbor effectively be charged to take care of the neighbor's plantings as they are victims of the encroachment.
This law, which I think a long time coming, it stops new installations.
Yeah.
Or classifies new installations, but the conflict of what's there already, this law might be this might blur people's view on how they can actually get remediation right now.
Yeah, and again, we got to.
I would support looking a little further into that as supervisor.
Maybe we
said
can
also.
actually address some of the other towns and see how they've done it. So I'm sure that they must have passed it after it actually has been a problem. So maybe we can see what they've done in the past to see how they were able to approach somebody who has pre-existing bamboo. And
it's an expansion of a pre-existing non-conforming use, right?
There you go.
So it's it's going to be hard to work through, yes, because it is pre-existing but it is still ongoing.
So if someone has a stand of bamboo that's encroaching on another's property, can these barriers that go down into the soil be effective after it's already gone to the other person's property?
Well, it's not going to continue to grow from that property, but whatever is on that property is still going to
Keep coming up, because I mean, I do have a friend that he just has to get out there and he just has to cut it off. It's on, and it's from the guy, the people next door. We heard that today.
Yeah, no, I've seen it.
I've heard about it when somebody was saying the bamboo from the neighbor was coming up through their asphalt driveway. So it was ruining
Through a
their asphalt
foundation.
driveway, right? Near their, it's just,
Or coming up underneath their
So-
siding on their house.
Right,
and
that's
busting
happened.
The siding off of their
so
house.
I'm not sure this addresses that.
It doesn't.
And
But again, it's something to have on that we can actually address future issues. Maybe we can try and find an approach to.
This is movable to me, meaning the legislation.
Yeah.
That's the conflict I was talking about. I would like to add more to it. I mean, we can move on this, but there's
yeah,
more.
I understand and I agree
more
with you,
work to
David,
do.
that we
Yeah,
should
it's-
go ahead and move on this.
gonna
But there is more.
Yeah.
I
Like
think
a
we're going to
stopping
hear
point
this
here,
at
at
the
least.
public hearing. We're
Yeah.
going to hear,
Right.
wait a minute, what about,
This scenario, that scenario.
yeah, these scenarios that are going on.
To go back to the initial question about the neighbors and the victim situation.
Yeah.
There is a specific allowance for a person that is in that unfortunate situation to not be considered a bamboo property owner if they can demonstrate that within a reasonable period of time after they first learned of the encroachment of bamboo on their property from an adjoining or neighboring property, they advise the owner of such adjoining or neighboring property of their objection to the encroachment onto their property and or indicated steps to the removal of the bamboo from their property. So this person wouldn't be obviously prosecuted for bamboo in that situation, and then neighbor would be considered the bamboo property owner and be prosecuted.
Yeah, so that would
If it
address
expanded.
if as long as they have documentation of that it was.
Yeah, I think, well, pun intended, this issue runs deep right now. And there's a couple other things we have to try to get the nip that one there.
Yeah, but again, it's a good stopping point. At least now we have it on the books, and then moving forward, at least these new incidents we'll be able to address, and then we can figure out how to address these pre-existing incidents, possibly with an amendment, and moving forward, hopefully we can get this under control.
Well, I think the existing is the root of the problem, really. It's
But I'm bummed.
not going away. It's just not going away.
Yeah. No, it's not going to go away.
So it's under the law, it's only permissible if it doesn't encroach on neighboring properties. So in the event that the bamboo does encroach on a neighboring property, he's still responsible for the removal of such bamboo.
And the mechanism for that is what?
So he can use, they can do it themselves or by licensed landscaper pursuant to the provisions of the town code. Such measures include installation of sheathing composed.
I
of
meant
net-
what was the mechanism of enforcement? To see that they comply with that section.
So there's notice to remove and liability of property owner. You'd have to demonstrate that they received the notice and the demand to remove, and then they would.
So the neighbor sends a certified return receipt requested notice to their neighbor saying your bamboo's encroaching. And once they can demonstrate that and the fact that the neighbor did nothing about it, then what? The neighbor gets fined by the town?
Yes, because as you know, in justice court, we can't necessarily compel specific performance. We don't have injunctive relief, so they would.
Unless it's on our property, in which case we can.
Well, it's on our property, then, so we can do it ourselves.
And charge the
tax bill.
Right, we can put a lien on their tax bill. So essentially it would be citing them for the violation. I believe was it $1,000, up to $1,000 fine?
Yes.
And would that be?
Each day is a new offense.
Each day is a new offense, so that could be significant.
And it could then be recouped by the victim homeowner in a civil lawsuit, like once they can demonstrate that the person was
Is
prosecuted.
that small claims or would
I
that
guess it would
be?
depend on the amount
Right.
of money and
Okay.
how long the person chooses to remove it.
Understood.
But the bamboo has to be planted as of this law.
No, it states
No, it
that
could be further encroachment.
if
It
it's
could be
already-
it could be existing bamboo that then encroaches upon, but if it's already encroached,
Yeah.
that's a gray area.
If you have to be able to demonstrate that you weren't
Planter.
yes, that you weren't the planter, that the
Okay.
neighbor is the one that encroached on
Okay.
you. I would say that if it's unclear, that will probably be allowed to remain if it's a toss up. But
Okay.
if it's obvious that the neighbor's bamboo came onto your property, this law does apply.
Okay.
Any other comments, questions, considerations before we move on? Or prepared to schedule this for public hearing then?
I am. Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you, Kathy, for putting this together, and David and Mark.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
And that concludes our topics to discuss today, and that means it's time for liaison reports.
Great.
Kathy, you have a report for us?
I do. I wanted to talk about, with the new year, our Wellness 60+ programming. A decade ago, the senior center focused exclusively on nutritious meals and bingo and blood pressure screenings. And while those programs are still in demand, we have added program offerings that center on the body, mind, spirit. We've got yoga, qigong, meditation, healing circle, and I'll have some resolutions on today to hire the instructors for those programs. But, there is a demand, and it's something that, was addressed in the 2023 budget. We added a new program under Human Services, programs for the aging, as much as I don't like the name. I mean, it was, we had a limited choice.
Yeah, we're all in
with New
denial
York
of that,
State.
aren't we?
Exactly. But we did allocate $50,000 in addition to what we had in the budget to expand our Wellness 60+ offerings and locations. We've got programs at the senior center. We're adding some programs to Montauk, and we've got the programs at Ashwa Hall. So what I've asked and what Diane and I have discussed is that we want to kind of brand all of our programs as Wellness 60+. That's how we refer to it. We want to get it on a prominent position on the website so that we can, continue to update the schedule, let folks, give descriptions of the programs and who the instructors are. And so that we can, because there is quite a demand for those programs, but I'm sure there's folks out there that, don't know that we're offering free wellness programs through the town. And once that is, up and going on the website, then we'll send out a press release and hopefully create more buzz about it because they are, incredible programs. And while we're offering, 2 different types of yoga, chair yoga and, mat yoga, again, I mentioned qigong and meditation, healing circle. We also still have the other wellness activities. We're still doing blood pressure readings the first Tuesday of every month from 10 to 12. And we do work with the Family Service League to do a caregiver support group, which meets every Tuesday at 1:00. And then we also have the social activities that are continuing in the new year, which is Bridge on Wednesday at 12:30, current events on Thursdays at 11 a.m., and bingo on Tuesdays and Thursdays at 12:30. Diane is working with the folks at Stony Brook, Southampton Wellness to add additional programming, and we're trying to get more programming out in Montauk. I wanted to touch upon the Springs Food Pantry. I had an email exchange with Holly Wheaton, who was kind enough to share with me their year-end report for 2022, and the numbers of folks there serving in our community is really staggering. Just so for perspective, each family member that goes to the Springs Food Pantry receives 3 meals per day for 5 days. So they're getting 15 meals. And if you look at the unduplicated numbers of community members that are being served, there are 529 households being served, and that translates to 1,828 household members being served in our community in Springs. And that's just Springs alone. That's not, the East Hampton numbers, the Montauk and the Wainscott numbers. And when you look at the households served for all visits, and these numbers get, really get big. It's over 10,000, and household members being served, all visits is over 40,000. So what we're seeing is that 40%, and then if we break the numbers down a little bit, 40% of those unduplicated households are adult-only households, and 60% have children in the home. And then when you look at all visits, it appears that the families with kids are coming more frequently. 30% of the unduplicated households are adults only, and 70% have children in the home. So, I know the supervisor, made a request at the end of last year, and again, our food pantries, while people think that, the pandemic, although folks are getting COVID, but it's really in the rearview mirror, the way, the food pantries were slammed, during 2021, the need still exists, and people are still food insecure. And if folks, are of means and have the ability to donate to our local food pantries, please do so. They are the unsung heroes, and it's the work that they do it's God's work.
Yeah, thank you, Kathy. And I think people have to remember that, the additional spike in food costs because of inflation has really hit people who are marginally employed or struggling because of the high cost of housing. These are, for the most part, these are working, contributing members of our community who are food insecure. And, we all rely on each other in one way or another. So those who can help out, please do.
Then I wanted to just talk a minute about the YMCA. I'm hoping we can go out to bid again on January 19th for the YMCA roof replacement and HVAC replacement. If you recall, we went out for bid, we combined them, and, we had budgeted and $1.21 million, and the lowest bid response came back in over 2.3. Now, the latest projection from McLean for the two projects is 2.53 to do, the costs are just going up, and, the lead time on HVAC equipment could be a year. I mean, it's really insane. So I spoke to Becky, and we got some counsel from Bill Jackson about our funding options as far as making up the difference, so that, we're a little, $1.32 million short. We can adopt a supplemental bond resolution to make up that difference. We could also, if we wanted to, tap into the scavenger waste funds. We have 1.3 million, and we had said that it could be used for recreational improvement. And Bill believes that it would qualify as a recreation improvement. We also have monies in the YMCA capital reserve line, approximately 436,000. We had set aside some money to replace the starting blocks, and I think we estimated that project at about 50,000. So I was going to work with Becky so that we can, we don't need to do make that decision this minute, but if we're going out for RFP, before we hire the firms, we have to have the funding
My
in
preference
place.
would be to tap a portion of the capital fund at the YMCA and then bond the rest.
Yeah.
But that's a board decision.
And then talking about RFPs, I know and Sylvia and I were talking about this yesterday. We put money in the budget for arborists. It would be great if we could go out for RFP for an arborist. So when it comes up on a project, we have the ability to act
Somebody on
quickly.
contract, yeah.
And then maybe we could also do the same for graphic artists. We've got money in for public information. If we're doing newsletters or newspaper ads or whatever, it would be helpful if we, had, somebody that we could, on contract more or less, that we could tap, and they could, whether we need flyers at the senior center or for a newsletter, whatever. Drug Take Back Day would be great to be able to have somebody that we could work with. And then lastly, I just wanted to remind folks that are watching, because today is January 10th, and it's property tax payments are due today without penalty for the first half So the tax receiver's office, if you're looking to pay in person, they close at 4 o'clock today. And that's the same too, if you want to call over the phone. I spoke to Christine Schnell, our tax receiver, and apparently the phones are ringing off the hook. Folks have the ability to pay online with a credit card, debit card, or e-check. Or if they pay by mail, it must be with a check, it must be postmarked today. And that's what I have.
Thank you, Kathy. David?
Thank you very much. The town of East Hampton is now currently accepting grant applications for the first round of water quality improvement projects for 2023. These applications are due on February 15th, 2023 by close of business day, 4 p.m. Again, this is supported by the funding from our CPF Water Quality Alliance. They will be reviewed by the Water Quality Technical Advisory Committee that was established for this biannual process. If anyone has any more comments or questions on this process, or if they have a good, strong application or need help, I would say please contact our Natural Resources Department at 631-324-0496 or at the email address cpfgrant@ehamptonny.gov. As I mentioned, I think a couple of weeks ago, the Montauk Chamber of Commerce, in conjunction with the town of East Hampton, was successfully awarded a grant in the amount of $21,588 from the Suffolk County Economic Development and Planning Downtown Revitalization Round 20. It's the first time that the town of East Hampton ever was awarded money. We initially asked for a greater amount of money, but we'll take what we got from the county, and I hope the county is listening. Maybe it gives us more next time. For this, we will be looking to do electrical and Wi-Fi upgrades to the Carl Fisher Plaza and gazebo, and doing ADA mats for the curbs around Carl Fisher Plaza. This will assist the heart of the downtown Montauk, which serves as a gathering place for community events, including music, celebrations, parades, farmers markets, memorials, school field trips, and such. My question to the board right now is, part of the global approach to it is that we had Steve Lynch go out and look at all the needed ADA mats that we have, mats and curb cuts to replace. Many of them are designated as trip hazards right now. They don't have any of the matting that's going in there right now, meaning the sensory mats. Those are the bubble sensory mats. We would like to do twofold. A portion of this, there is 17 of these mats in need of these locations need to be replaced for a total amount of just under $72,000. We would like to use a portion of this, just under $12,000 of the grant for that. And I would like to see if the board would be in favor of using just over $60,000 of the capital line for ADA improvements, which we have nearly $408,000 for the ADA improvements to the curb cuts as part of this match for the grant.
That's what the money's there for.
Yeah,
Yeah, for
that's
sure.
fine. I agree.
I'm sure the Disability Advisory Board would support that.
But I thank you for that. It's a holistic approach to it. There's other portions to this grant that we would like to re-look at maybe for next year or to others. But again, I want to thank Jen Campbell, Jeremy Samuelson, and Jen Folks for this. And this is a big portion to it. So thank you for that.
With regard to the gazebo and the green there, I know one of the improvements we've talked about in the past is to remove the overgrown bushes all around and to do a little bit different landscaping plan. I think we actually had received a draft plan from a local landscaper who was willing to even provide maybe some of the work.
That's great.
And if that's something we could try to get started in the off season.
I would love to add that into it. I know it's been discussed. I didn't see the plan. I'll take it.
I'll see if we can't forward it, forward it to you, because I know that there's been a lot of interest in improving the sight lines to and from the gazebo as well. And then during the summer, occasionally somebody stumbles in there and spends the night. Those bushes.
So, I think that would be a great addition. This grant can't pay for that. But
I understand. I just wanted to bring it.
It's perfect.
Reminded me that we had that that offer, so I'll forward that to you. And I've spoken to several people in Montauk on the green when I've been there.
Yeah, and the CAC's brought this up.
People are interested in that happening, so I'm happy to help try to get that done.
Wonderful.
I just wanted
Yeah.
to mention that.
That's great, Peter. No, that approach is great. It's perfect timing, particularly if we're going to be underground and utilities in there then too. The 395 Pinnacle project is currently heading to the planning board for review. We're anticipating that it will be there on the 25th of this month for formal review. We have received drafts of the 99-year leases and also the RFP for builders. We're reviewing that language on there within our within committee and individuals. So that's moving forward pretty well right now. It's been submitted to the health department for further comments. And so that's moving forward, part of the all hands on housing approach that the board is doing. So I thank you for the support and I hope.
Right. So our last discussion of the subdivision layout resulted in the plan that's now being reviewed by the planning
That's
department.
exactly correct.
Department and board.
Yep.
On the 25th. And so I guess we'll look forward to seeing that again early in February for further board discussion about next steps and just an update.
Yes. So the 99-year lease is going to encapsulate a lot of our questions about max GFA, accessories on there. So that's where we're reviewing that language that matches what happened in that discussion, because it was an evolving discussion. We had the housing department went back through all of the tapes to go on because there's a lot going on. So that's where we're on that project.
Great.
I have another project that we have, and it's the storm a couple of weeks ago. I think there was a name for it. At the head of the harbor, it's a request for two projects, the power pedestals that we talked about. Those got overwashed. I've saw the pictures of them. And then also for the gear storage at Westlake. We discussed this with our finance director. She thinks the most appropriate for the 35,000 for the power pedestals and the 70,000 for the fisheries gear storage would be using the ARPA funds. It's allowed, the American Rescue Plan funds. We do have extra funding left over for both of these projects. It would move them ahead. One would be completing the needed funding for the power pedestals. Other one would be for fisheries gear storage infrastructure and installation. So I wanted to have a discussion with the board. I know we talked a little bit offline, but I wanted to do it in the public format here and see if there's support.
Do you
for
know
that.
how much we have in ARPA remaining?
I would have to double check, but I think it's near $500,000.
And we used ARPA for Star Island, didn't we?
That is correct, yeah. And
that was 395 or something like that?
More than that, it's about 1 point something.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's over a million.
Okay.
Yeah. The power pedestals are very
Oh,
important.
I was just thinking what our match was on the grant.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
shucks, darn.
Yeah. Power pedestals need to be fixed, and the only reason that the cost is higher than what's anticipated is because of procurement right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
You know, it is.
Where, I'm sorry, where are the power pedestals?
They're on the head of the harbor. So on the east side of Fremont Harbor, they were replaced part of the replacement of the bulkhead and the pedestals. That bulkhead was phased in. They did the bulkhead, but not the power pedestals. But they've been overwashed so much right now that they need to be updated and retrofitted. Not retrofitted, just replaced right
Okay.
now. As part of the 35,000 goes to.
Yeah, I'm
what
good
the
with that.
Lowest bid came back. The
Yeah.
gears, I thank you for
I
that.
support
Okay.
that, yeah.
The gear storage is extremely important. It's going to be behind the location of the Westlake Comfort Station, which it's going to be demoed any week now. And again, it's something that we would be able to provide locations for fishery gear storage through a new evolved policy that we're going to be discussing in the slips and the
So would
fisheries
we do
committee.
like corrals back there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be just hypothetically a 20 by 20 corral that could be rented for a de minimis amount of money. We would get a deposit for that, and the deposit would be only used for removal of that gear if it was abandoned on there. It's been widely supported by the Fisheries Committee and the Slips Committee,
Yeah.
but now it's time to implement it in the economy of scale by using the contractors. So that would the cost.
Yeah, I'm supportive of both with the ARPA funds.
Yep.
I am as
Agreed.
well.
Great.
Yeah.
Well,
Agreed.
I thank everyone
Agreed.
for that. That's 4, 5. Montauk CAC met last night in person. We talked about a couple intersections there. One of the intersections is about adding 2 stop signs. It's a four-way intersection with 2 stop signs, which is sometimes always problematic.
Yeah.
That's at South Edison and South Emerson. I'll bring that to the board in the coming weeks, months, so we can maybe get that in before the
That is
season.
the idea to put a 4-way stop there, right?
Put a 4-way stop sign there, exactly. The other discussion location would be the IGA South Elder, about looking at ways it's a one-way street in which we can look at the parking configuration there. There's about 400 left over at ARPA, just to let you know. Also, I was just informed also. The parking configuration, do we go with, right now it's straight in parking as it was previously?
So perpendicular.
Perpendicular, thank you very much. Do we go with an angle parking that then allows everyone to funnel out onto South Emerson? So I got some more information.
That also further emphasizes that it's a one-way there.
Exactly,
I know
yeah.
that it's been a long-standing problem with people
Correct.
ignoring the one-way.
And that parking is on
pulling out.
town property.
Well, there's a couple questions that we're gonna confirm everything with the right of way, the site plan from the IGA, where spots would go. So it's an ongoing discussion that we were having.
Okay.
Everyone, as former liaisons to the Montauk CAC sitting next to me, the members of the CAC use that park a lot more than we have.
Yeah.
So I'm just helping develop the plans,
Okay.
you know, and going back to them, but it's a thought-provoking conversation. The next thought-provoking conversation we had was about the Montauk wastewater discussion. It was a discussion with a lot of decorum, a lot of opinions, and a lot of need for more information. So what I did is I gathered a lot of the questions that the members have, and I'm going to move that forward to the wastewater committee, and then to the engineers to answer these questions in a very logical format and get them back to them. So they have questions, and then we'll as Peter will probably discuss, we'll be developing ways that we can take more questions and more outreach and the timing of this. So that's primarily what the Montauk CAC discussed last night. Next week, I'd like to bring to the board potential opportunities for the town to install community Wi-Fi at some of our beach locations. I'd like to put that onto the agenda. This would be allowing for use of Wi-Fi, static cameras, but also allowances that might allow us to increase our security needs also too. So we can have a greater discussion on that next week. Lastly, also next week, we have the town. A lot of people says the town does nothing. They are exactly incorrect. The town of East Hampton.
Wait, what am I doing here?
I know there are so many projects and initiatives that the town of East Hampton works on that might get missed here and there by individuals, but there are a lot of capital projects that are being undertaken and supported by this board right now. I will give an update to a lot of those next week also.
Okay.
Great. And then, you know, that's part of the effort that I'll talk a little bit about later, but to actually have a 2022 year in review and post all of our efforts, which are many, in one place on the website so that people can actually see what we've accomplished this year. I think it's important for people to understand, because occasionally somebody does utter those words that the town does nothing.
But where do my tax dollars go?
Just the opposite. You know, we're working all the time.
So at the Wainscott CAC, I did compost came up, and I said you can go to the recycling center and get 30 barrels of compost once a week if you want to, for free.
Bonnet Gold.
Bonnet Gold, you can get it, you know, so when spring comes, or if you're doing your stuff now outside, it is sort of warm for this time of year. But anyway, it was, that's something. So, do you want me to?
Yeah, I'm completely.
You done?
Thank you.
So I'm going to start with COVID, which is not really good news. I usually talk with Robert Ross once a week, who is at the Southampton Hospital. So Southampton right now has 11 COVID patients and 2 are in ICU. A month ago, they had 11 COVID patients. There's no progress particularly there in what we're seeing with COVID. Stony Brook Hospital now has 87 COVID patients.
Wow.
28 are in ICU, and 2 of them are on ventilators. A month ago, we had 57 COVID patients at Stony Brook. Eastern Long Island, which usually fluctuates between 0 and 1, has 8 COVID patients. So I'm telling the story just so that people are careful when they go out. It's just not over yet. So anyway, the Wainscott CAC also met. So Carolyn Logan Gluck welcomed everyone to a new year for our CAC meetings. We had two speakers. One was Sarah Davidson, who is the Executive Director of Friends of Georgia Pond. She spoke about the impact of the proposed Wainscott Community Center, Commercial Center, Wainscott Commercial Center that is affectionately known for us as the Pit in Wainscott. Her major concern was water quality and the impact of 50 commercial lots in the Georgia watershed. They're also planned in the subdivision, new roads are being proposed, parking lots, IA systems, and not a package plant, which Friends of Georgia Pond would feels is more appropriate for such a big development. There would be a lot of runoff, nitrogen would be significantly impacted for the pond, and was hoping that environmental impact considerations would be at a higher level when it goes in front of the planning board. Jane Meering also spoke with a slide presentation about how the public can become educated on the project, also, and the project being the Wainscott Commercial Center, and how they can be effective at the public hearing in front of the planning board. Her comments concentrated on the DEIS, which is the draft environmental statement, and the SEQRA process. The planning board tentatively, now they're going to vote tonight. No, did they vote last night, John? Do you know?
No, last night was trustees.
Yeah.
Planning
board's
board is Wednesday
tomorrow.
night.
Okay, so the planning board votes tomorrow, right?
Correct, the 11th.
So the planning board tentatively, do you know if they've set that date?
I don't.
Okay, they're going to vote on it. I was told that tentatively they were considering, but it hasn't been voted on, February the 8th for that meeting, the public hearing on the Wainscott Commercial Center. The gun club, and it may be in a different location, so everyone stay tuned if you're interested in that. The gun club was also discussed. Issues came up, about aspects of the gun club. It was reported in the newspapers that the temporary restraining order was not lifted before Christmas. And there was another court appearance yesterday. And this is a court appearance not between the town and the gun club, but between the neighbors who are suing and the gun club. It doesn't really have anything to do with the town, but John, do you know if there was any?
I know that they were going to ask to lift part of the restraining order, but I don't know if
You don't
that
know if there
actually
was an
happened.
outcome?
I know they wanted to open the indoor basement range, pistol range, but I don't know if it was granted
What
or
was
not yet.
the
I did reach out to Brian, but I haven't heard back yet.
But when was the court date?
The court date was yesterday, the 9th. So several members of the CAC wanted to remind the town that there are active trails that run through the area near the gun club, and safety for them is a big concern in using those active trails. I gave my report, talked about the supervisor's state of the town, told them they could go to the website to read the entire speech that the supervisor gave. Also talked about South Fork Wind. There is a weekly update that I get and that you can go to. I'm sure all board members can, have gone to that site. As you know, the lift boat Jill that was scheduled to be there for several months left very quickly because they got their work done ahead of time. So we're very grateful for that. And that was the only discussion that we had about South Fork Wind. The Arts Council also met last night. They're doing their creative networking night program coming up. They were hoping to get it completed so they could do it in February, but they probably are not going to be able to do it till March. The East Hampton Library at the Baldwin Room has said they will sponsor it with the Arts Council. They are looking to have at least 4 people present their what they do creatively in our community. One is a writer. They have 2 visual artists signed up, 1 chef and a musician. So it should be an entertaining evening to find out how these individuals actually, work within our community. The time will be 6 to 7:30, but I'll have to give you a date in March later on as we confirm everything. let's see, also at the Arts Council, we have one member who is a member of the legal community. She's an attorney and she represents artists on various issues. She's done some programs in the past for us about how contracts between artists and galleries and copyright issues. And so we haven't had that happen because of the pandemic. So hopefully we'll get that program going again this year as well. And the other thing I'm working on, and it seems like there's a collective consciousness about trees. We've had somebody call us about trees. We talk about it with the Tree Society that's been working on it in Waynescott. So I'm working with Jeremy and on a tree ordinance. And we found several that we might be able to use that are very reflective of our community. And one of them said, and I just like this, the way they phrased it, whether on private or public property, collectively, trees enhance a community's image, their property values, and overall quality of life. Municipalities have begun to understand that, like any other critical natural resources, trees need protection. The tool for providing that protection is a municipal tree ordinance. So I think we're ready to start that, and I hope that we'll have something to put in front of the town board in the next couple of weeks to look at a tree ordinance for the town of East Hampton.
Great. Thank you, Sylvia.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, Sylvia, that's great news on the tree work. First, none of my committee assignments have met yet, but the spring CAC is moving the meeting to the third Tuesday of the month at Ashwell Hall, and the meeting begins at 6 p.m. And of course, everyone is invited. I also, the spring CAC and as the liaison to IT, I asked that everyone look at their committees or ask their committees to update their pages on the town's website with the 2023 information, the membership, when they're meeting, and I guess they would contact the liaison, our email addresses for any information on any of those committees. And if they'd like to include some of the projects that they're working on, any information like that. Also, if they care to, their agendas can get put up weekly on those pages as well. The South Fork Wind, yes, is ahead of schedule, and Jill has departed for other waters. What I'll just bring up in terms of the construction is now we're going to start to see the beginning of the demobilization of the HDD drill construction on Beach Lane. And I'll just mention that this week, the contractor on Beach Lane will be removing the casing and beginning to backfill the HDD area. And also on the week of the 16th, the contractor intends to demobilize Suffolk Wind, the HDD equipment from the site. However, the last piece that will go will be the sound wall, and that will still remain for some time as they still work in that area and want to mitigate any type of a sound. As far as the interconnection station, the control room was finally delivered. That took some time. Didn't put them behind schedule. So that is a major component that's delivered and will be installed, and they still will continue with the above and below grade construction work at the substation. And everywhere else, they're either doing cable pulling or pulling communication wires, and that's what's going on in the rest of the roadways now. I've been invited regarding the a table to farm initiative that I've been talking about on food scraps. I was invited to attend on January 20th at Shelter Island, a regional food scraps table to farm discussion by the town of Riverhead and folks representing Southold that already had the pilot programs going on that I had discussed in returning food scraps to the farms. I'll be attending, members of the Energy Sustainability Committee will be attending. The organizers also said they're happy to spend time and work on pilot program initiative and best practices on getting something going. I'd like to invite someone from the agricultural committee to attend as well. You could attend in person or via Zoom, and I'll forward the invitation to you, Peter.
Great.
So to reach out to some farmers in the area. I have an idea and it's just a idea germinating that our pilot program perhaps can coordinate with the CSA program where people are going to a farm every week to pick up vegetables, and perhaps we can start a pilot by returning the scraps from those vegetables to turn into more bonnet gold.
Full circle.
Yeah, full circle on that. And I just wanted to thank Kathy for facilitating the walk on the property for the proposed senior center. Very helpful. The Springs Library work, I got some very good emails and happy emails about that work, very near completion. The exterior door was delivered, the rails are being built.
Finally, the door.
And they're very excited. And of course, the same group now, I think we may need to take a look at the blacksmith shop. There might be some wear and tear happening and leaks going on.
So that there's a capital project to reside the blacksmith shop that Tony Littman had put into capital. So we expect that'll be part of the upcoming work there.
That'd be great. That would make, I'll return some phone calls to make a lot of people happy. It's a great building and as you all know, the heart of Springs. Also, I'm working on the energy sustainability roadmap with the consultants. And what we're working on right now is they put together a survey group, the committee, the working group, working with the consultants, have put together a survey that we'd like to send out to department heads and town employees, particularly in the highway department, et cetera, just to see what their priorities are, what they can recommend as putting in priorities to working on the roadmap and achieving 100% renewable energy for our town. And that's all I have right now.
Thank you, Kate. So last night was the meeting of the Amagansett Advisory Committee. They had invited Steve Lynch, the highway superintendent, to come and address the gathering. Steve's been making his rounds through the various CACs, just bringing people up to date on various efforts. He's asked that members of the public be patient should we in fact get any snow this year due to the declining numbers of employees within the highway department. Snow removal will take a little bit of extra time. Again, we ask that people not drive during snow events unless absolutely necessary. This just makes it a lot easier for the plows to clear and keeps the snow from being compacted onto the roadways. So they're able to do a better job. We do have reduced numbers in the total employment within the highway department. However, we do have a fairly robust list of names for snow emergency plowing that we go to outside contractors. If there are any CDL drivers who are interested, contact the highway department. This could be some additional money for you. Also, there's been ongoing interest in the lighting, LED lighting upgrades that the town had proposed. And it really, I think, brought attention to the Hamlet Center in Amagansett particularly, and it's kind of a mishmash of lighting. We do intend to go forward with lighting improvements there, but they're also very much interested in pursuing the possibility of installing historic lampposts.
Yeah, it's a historic
Like
district. They
in
should.
the historic district, agreed. And that area would be from roughly Indian Wells Road out to Atlantic Avenue. It would probably be somewhere between 45 and 70 lampposts based on a 50 to 80 foot on center placement. And that information came from our consultants on the LED upgrade. So I met this past Friday with the chair of ACAC along with the subcommittee for lighting. We discussed ways to help move that project forward. Obviously, a major component would be reaching out to the ratepayers within the lighting district of Amagansett, which is it's 1,504 properties that are assessed for lighting costs within the district. we need to establish an estimate of costs for that lighting design. And then direct outreach. It's been suggested that we do a mailing of a postcard to those property owners within the district, that postcard include as much basic information about the project as possible, and probably including also an email address to a website link and a QR code. And a QR code, David. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it.
Success, David.
We're getting there. Welcome to the 21st century. Yeah. And I don't know how many of the recipients will be able to use the QR code, but we're going to put it on there anyway.
They do it in restaurants now, so
Yeah,
people get
I
used
know.
to
Yeah,
it.
they do in restaurants.
So yeah, that definitely was a COVID era improvement, I guess, actually, you might say.
So are we saving money by not? Because in our initial LED upgrade of our light posts, they were included. So now we're not having to include those lights?
That's the question. The committee, ACAC would like to see those improvements go forward while this is being designed and taken
True,
care
but
of.
I'm just saying, okay, so we took out that section that needs to be improved, that was included originally.
They
in the quote.
didn't want that to be.
So that was never in the
excluded.
quote that we got from NIPA?
No, NIPA was in area.
Okay.
What they've said and what they wanted to do is the town board to go forward with that project, but
Correct.
at the same time, run it parallel, because it may take several years really to get this all designed and up and running and done.
Okay.
We could certainly take a look at the costs for the Amagansett portion.
Yeah.
Again, it's the Indian Wells to
Yeah, just
Atlantic
Indian
Avenue
Wells to
portion.
Atlantic. Yep.
And again, there's all sorts of lighting. I mean, there's Cobra lights that are stuck up
Yeah.
inside of, large deciduous trees, in between large deciduous trees. So when you drive through, it's light, dark, light, dark.
Yep.
So there's interest in improving the lighting, and it's, as you said, it's a historic district. There's a great deal of support within ACAC to move this project forward, but obviously it's important to be able to let the ratepayers within the lighting district become aware of what's proposed, and so then there was also discussion about the legal process, need for public hearing, or whether there's a vote by district ratepayers. And John, I don't know, maybe you can answer this question, and if not, do the research. But if you have an established lighting district and there's an additional cost for expansion of lighting within that district, is that simply bonding through a public hearing for those expenses, or is it a referendum or vote by the district ratepayers to approve? Do you happen to know?
I don't know offhand, but I'll.
Okay, so that's a question we need to have answered. Also, whether or not the public outreach to the ratepayers is a chargeable cost to the district. So those two questions I need to have answered.
Okay.
And that's pretty much where we were with ACAC. They did have some additional discussion with Steve Lynch about right-of-way encroachments. I think especially there was discussion about within Beach Hampton, but I know this is a growing problem all over town, and one that we need to address. And before it gets worse, it impacts safety for pedestrians and cyclists and motorists as well. I mean, if you need to swerve out of the way of an oncoming car, or deer slamming into a large boulder that's been illegally placed in the right of way is not good.
Or you can't see it because it's covered in snow.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
So I've been having further discussions with our consultant and staff members about the Army Corps of Engineer Fire Island to Montauk Point study. we've already experienced some pretty significant erosion during the recent storms this year in Montauk and elsewhere. That planned sand-only beach replenishment project is moving forward. We've had some encouraging news from the ACOE and the state regarding it. We've been working to push and advance the timeline for the deposition of that sand on the beach. We've had fairly recently been told that it would be 2024 before that happens. There seems to be some encouraging signs that it could potentially happen before that. There is potential for the project to be tied to the Fire Island Moriches Inlet project, which is also a hopper dredge project, of which Montauk would need to be also. We had also asked the Army Corps to consider extending the eastern terminus of the deposition to Shadmore, to include all the properties up to Shadmore Park. From a geological and geographical standpoint, it makes much more sense to terminate where those bluffs start to rise up. So, there's some encouraging news. We're going to keep pressing forward with that. The wireless communications master draft plan is in the final revision stage. The inventory of wireless emergency communication sites is included, along with identified gaps in coverage and inadequate capacity issues and proposed solutions. There'll be a presentation to the board and discussion, public work session early in February. I think probably the first work session, but we'll confirm that as soon as we hear back from our consultants as they finish the draft plan. The Town Property Management Committee is really in the stage of winding down. That committee was formed by me back in 2015, 2016, maybe it was even 14. I think it was 14 actually, because our first project was to restore Fort Pond House and return that to the public as a park, which was completed. And subsequent to that, we have dealt with the Farm Museum barn, the Duck Creek Jonathan Little barn, Boys and Girls Harbor, most recently Carl Fisher House and Gardner Mill Cottage and Brooks Park, which as the board knows, we've hired preservationist Michael Devonshire to make recommendations about the disposition of those structures. And really left on the list is Edwards House restoration. That's a historic colonial era house built and owned by the Edwards family at the Duck Creek Farm site. That farm on the east side of 3 Mile Harbor encompassed almost the entire eastern shore of 3 Mile Harbor. It was quite an extensive farm. That building had been restored on the exterior, but that all stopped when the town went into its financial crisis. It's now time, I think, to start looking at moving the interior restorations forward on that. Some more to come on that, but the committee is now going to be meeting quarterly or as an on-needed basis, originally developed to help the town assess orphaned structures, historic or otherwise, and so that they could be brought back into public use. So it's been a number of years, and we have a great committee. A lot of people have spent a lot of their volunteer times on that committee and been very helpful. And I think we've been very successful in dealing with many of these properties. The wastewater committee for Montauk met on Monday. We know that there's a lot of questions out there, and there was a lot of discussion about how best to educate the public as to the steps that the town and the committee have taken to date to demonstrate the need. More than a decade ago, we started, Sylvia and I, along with Dominic Stancione, the three of us who are a majority vote in moving the town forward to do a townwide wastewater study, which then turned into a plan, management plan. And, some time ago identified various areas in town, particularly in Montauk because of the geological situation there. Most of the commercial areas in downtown Montauk are in areas of high groundwater and are densely built out. The development's already taken place without any consideration for wastewater treatment whatsoever. There's no treatment of the wastewater in downtown Montauk or around the docks ditch per se. That raw sewage is being disposed of directly into the ground. We have done a great deal of research trying to find locations for treatment sites. That work has really resulted in identifying a location immediately adjacent to the town's landfill and transfer station, Tower Farm, and Hither Hills. But there are a lot of questions that come up regarding sewage treatment. One of the main concerns that I think people bring up is concerns about the specter of overdevelopment as a result of installation of sewage treatment. And really, I think people need to understand, and we're going to have to spend a lot more time educating people that it's zoning laws that restrict development within the town of East Hampton. And, we need to be able to demonstrate that the zoning laws do effectively address those concerns of potential development. We need to assure people that there will be safeguards in place for that. We're in the process of collecting questions. I know David was at the Montauk CAC, and you had a very good discussion with community members about their concerns and questions about what's being planned, what would happen, what are the necessary steps. And so we're in the process. The committee decided that we should try to make an effort to collect all those questions and comments in a central way. So we'll be establishing a comments email, much like we did with the East Hampton Airport or with the Hamlet studies, and also an associated email so that people can contact us with their questions and concerns. And then we'll be able to put those together and really address those both through staff input as well as our outside engineer, H2M. So we have a lot more work to do on that. And we ask that people just keep an open mind and that we have a discussion as a general public in a way that is constructive and based on facts. The CPF law, as you know, it's been extremely important to us being able to preserve land. However, there are a few modifications that we'll be working on with Assemblyman Fred Thiel on possible changes to the CPF. One of those would be to allow funding of the operation and maintenance of historic CPF properties. One of the disincentives to the town acquiring historic properties through the CPF is that only initial capital costs can be expensed through the CPF. The ongoing maintenance or operation is not covered. And with the number of historic structures that we would ultimately, I think, like to preserve, this is a disincentive because it becomes an expense on the general budget. So there's been interest here in East Hampton and in some of the other towns as part of the CPF to include those costs as being acceptable through modification of the law. Also, to increase the cap on water quality funds. It's currently capped at 20%, and those funds have to be expended within the year, or that amount goes back into the general CPF fund. We would like to see that cap raised, as well as allowing a carryover one year to the next of that, whatever that cap percentage is, to accumulate in a water quality fund. As we've been very successful in acquiring properties, particularly in the last several years. This past year, almost 73 acres were acquired and preserved by this town board. So we're seeing between development, the town's acquisition, that there are fewer and fewer properties that really even qualify for purchase by the town for open space. Certainly are a number of important historic structures that could be acquired. And the need for water quality improvement is certainly growing, if anything. So I see over the next almost 30 years that this fund will be in place till 2050, that there's going to be a transition of need from this purchasing open space, which we've been very good at doing, to preserving our historic properties and ensuring that water quality is addressed. So I think there'll be a shift in focus over time. I've had discussions with Assemblyman Fred Thiel. He's going to be convening a committee of various towns to have discussions about just this fact. And I think he's seeing that there is support among the towns for these changes. And then the last thing is that we'll be having a airport scoping session for the DEIS on, I think, the next Tuesday. So I just want to make folks aware of that. And that's it for my liaison report. And now I think we have resolutions, Kathy.
We do, starting with Resolution 2023-96. It's to appoint the East Hampton Volunteer Ocean Rescue members for 2023. Ocean Rescue is our on-call first responder organization that's been coming to the aid of water emergency victims 24/7 for the last 20 years. And we are so grateful for their service.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, pass carried.
2023-97 is to reimburse Amy Rivera for a mailing fee in the amount of $24.40.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, pass carried.
98 is to approve hiring subcontractor Bonnie Engelhardt in the Assessor's Department at the hourly rate of $35 per hour, not to exceed $5,100 effective January 1st.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, pass carried.
2023-99 is the 60+ Wellness at Ashwell Hall. This is a class called Qigong 3, and it's a winter spring series. It's going to consist of 22 sessions on Wednesdays. We start January 4th and go through May 31st. The classes are provided by Margaret Iacono at a cost of $100 per session, and this will not exceed $2,200.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Pass carried.
2023-100 is Qigong for the 60+ Wellness. This is 51 sessions. These are going to take place at the senior center. And again, it's the cost of $100 per session, not to exceed $5,100.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, pass carried.
2023-101 is Meditation for Wellness, and that these classes are going to take place in East Hampton and Montauk. So we're approving 90 senior meditation classes to be provided by Lydia Burns, each weekly session to cost $75, with the total not to exceed $6,750.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, pass carried.
102 is a notice to bidder, EH 23-004, supply and delivery of frozen foods for January 2023. The bid's available January 12th and due back January 26th.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, pass carried.
Resolution 103 is notice to bidders, EH 23-005, supply and delivery of groceries for January 2023. Bid is available January 12th, due back January 26th.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, pass carried.
Resolution 104, notice of bidders, EH 23-006, supply and delivery of dairy products for January 2023. Bid is available January 12th, due back January 26th.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's carried.
I'd like to offer resolution 2023-105. This is appoint full-time automotive equipment operator to the Highway Department, Nicholas Werner, hourly rate of $22.95 for yearly salary of $47,733.09, retroactive to January 1st, 2023.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
That's carried.
106 is the provisional appointment to environmental analyst in the aquaculture department, Samir Johannes, hourly rate of $31.64, $65,797.89 annually, retroactive to January 1st, 2023.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
That's carried.
107 is appoint part-time environmental technician in the aquaculture department, Ava Kiss, hourly rate of $25.91, effective January 11th, 2023.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's carried.
108 is retain Elkin McLean Association for professional engineering services for Stephen Hand's path drainage improvements. This is for the construction, inspection, and administration. This was a revised proposal that was sent from September 28th, 2022. The total amount of these services would be $104,640.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's carried.
109 is release deposit for Peggy's Corp., DBA of Sammy's and Livian Ayalis. I apologize. This is release of the deposits in the amount of $1,200 for Sammy's and $125 for the second.
Second.
Favorite?
Aye.
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 That's carried.
2023-110 is amend resolution 2022-1394. This is a name change. This proposed name change, changing it from Cedar Lake Farm to Feathertop Farm in the response to RFP EH 2022-105.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's carried.
111 is amend resolution 2023-37, Water Quality Technical Advisory Committee.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's carried.
112 is authorize appraisal for 350 and 288 Pantico Road, East Hampton, at a amount not to exceed $3,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's carried.
113 is accept donation of memorial bench, a gift from John Morris, overlooking Fire Point. Excuse me. Whereas John Morris would like to donate a memorial bench as a gift to the town of East Hampton in memory of his wife, Ellen M. O'Rourke, to be placed at Fireplace Point Beach at the end of Springs Fireplace Road overlooking the water in East Hampton. Therefore, now the town board hereby gratefully accepts the donation by Mr. John Morris to the town of East Hampton.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's carried.
114 at 2022 budget modification for utilities. This is bring full-time salaries from $11,000 to two lines for light and power and $3,500 and heat in the amount of $7,500.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's carried.
Resolution 2023-45, I'm going to untable.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
That's carried.
The resolution is to appoint Bruce Bates Emergency Preparedness Coordinator for 2023 and to appoint John Kent Howie as the Assistant Emergency Preparedness Coordinator for 2023. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's carried.
Resolution 2023-115 is a notice of public hearing to consider local law amending Chapter 232, Urban Renewal, Section 232-1-100G, 232-1-100H, 232-1-100I, and Section 232-1-70, modification of urban renewal plans to allow for establishing and amending fees by resolution of the town board.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's carried.
Let me tell you when that public hearing is going to be. So, sorry. That public hearing for all of those urban renewal,
February
February
2nd.
2nd
yep,
at 2 p.m.
is February 2nd at 2 p.m. Notice 116 is a notice of public hearing to amend UR map EH3. It's an urban renewal parcels 55 and 56. It's to amend the boundary lines between urban renewal parcels, and the town's consulting engineer recommended that the application be approved, as did the town's planning board by memorandum on January 31st, 2022, and this is at 15 Abrams Path in East Hampton.
Can we have a discussion?
Oh, yeah, it shouldn't say that. It should say after hearing, right? But otherwise, it's the same.
Say that again, Carol. Take the word amend out?
No, take a notice of
That's
public.
what I,
hearing.
okay, that's.
Of course, yeah, this is the after.
So do we
hearing.
have a second as amended?
Was there a call
When
for
did,
discussion?
when did we hear it? I don't see, it says in
last
here
month.
when we heard it.
Yeah, you heard it in December, I believe, early December.
Can this be tabled until the 19th so that we,
If you want to, or you want to look at it again, you had a hearing on it and yeah, if that's what I know the applicant's waiting for a permit, but if you want to wait till next week, we can.
I'm gonna,
I'm at a loss.
no, I'm not a loss.
I
Let's
thought
just, let's
we
just
were-
clean it
I
up.
thought we were noticing it for public hearing, so I didn't go back and look
So
at
can
my
we-
notes from
So,
that.
so
Can we
second
have a
amended.
Second
So-
as amended?
Well, I'm gonna put a motion to table 116.
Oh,
I was gonna, and I'll second your motion to table.
All in favor?
aye.
That's carried.
Resolution 117 is to adopt local law to amend chapter 240 vehicles and traffic. And this is just to correct, initially it said Surf Avenue and the right is Surf Drive. These are stop signs at Central and Surf. And instead of Surf Avenue, it's Surf Drive.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, that's carried.
Resolution 118 is to reimburse John Jilnicki for a filing fee that he wrote personally for a check for $100 payable to John.
Second.
Favor?
Aye.
That's carried.
And I have 2023-119, and this is to promote and a provisional appointment to Senior Environmental Analyst Samantha Klein. And this is after the Department of Civil Service had an examination and no eligible list is in existence for the above-mentioned title, that Samantha Klein be and is hereby promoted on a provisional basis from full-time position of environmental analyst to senior environmental analyst in the Natural Resources Department at the hourly rate
December 1st.
of $34. That's $70,563.79 annually for a 40-hour work week to be paid bi-weekly from the appropriate budget account, retroactive to January 1st, 2023.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, that's carried.
And congratulations to Samantha. She works hard and certainly deserves this. Also, 2023, I have a resolution 2023-120, and this is to approve the annual agreement with Nearmap US for the GIS aerial imagery subscription service. We have retained Nearmap US Inc. to provide aerial imagery for one-year agreements with the current term ending January 28th, 2022. And therefore, we would extend the agreement for such services for a 12-month period beginning on January 29th, 2023 and expiring January 28th, 2024. And thereby, we retain Nearmap Services US to provide aerial imagery to the town, not to exceed the cost of $11,865 for the 12-month period.
I think there's a typo in the first whereas clause. I think the term ends January 28, 2023.
Oh, yeah, that's why actually I read it as 2023, and yes.
Second as amended.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, that's carried.
Okay, next I have Resolution 2023-121, and this is to approve the agreement with Cartographic Associates, Inc., doing business as CAI for their GIS professional services. And this is where the town wishes to retain CAI to provide GIS consulting and technical support services from January 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2023. And hereby the town retains CAI Technologies for the cost not to exceed $6,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, passed, carried.
I have 2023-122. This is a budget modification for Justice Court, taking funds from budget line travel, conferences, and dues in the amount of $2,401.09 and part-time salaries in the amount of $2,000 and moving them to books and publications in the amount of $2,401.09 and outside stenography in the amount of $2,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, passed, carried. Resolution 123 is to appoint volunteer student intern to the East Hampton Town Police Department, Jackson Loper, and that's retroactive from January 3rd, 2023 through January 20th, 2023.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, passed, carried. 124 is to appoint temporary part-time assistant Aaron Arkinson at an hourly rate of $21.25 per hour. And that is effective January 17th, 2023.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, passed and carried. 125 is promotion and provisional appointment to principal account clerk Rosemary Birdie. And that's resolved that Rosemary Birdie is hereby promoted full-time position, senior account clerk, principal account clerk, to principal account clerk, an hourly rate of $32.88, $68,408.08 annually, grade 27, step 4 for 40-hour work week, retroactive January 1st, 2023.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, passed, carried. 126
Yeah, congratulations.
is a promotion and provisional appointment to principal account clerk Emily Bono. Resolved Emily Bono be and she is hereby promoted to the full-time position of senior account from a senior account clerk to principal account clerk at an hourly rate of $30.48, $63,402.98 annually, grade 27, 40-hour work week, retroactive January 1st.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, passed and carried. Resolution 2023-127 is to attend the Association of Towns 2023 Town Attorney's Office, John Jelnicki, Nancy Marshall, David McMaster, and Hope DeLauder for conference February 19th through 22nd, 2023 in New York, New York, and that is not to exceed $6,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, passed, carried. Resolution 128 is recognition of Juneteenth as town holiday, and that is East Hampton shall recognize Juneteenth 2023 as a town holiday. Be it further resolved that employees will observe said holiday in accordance with their respective collective bargaining agreements and or town policy. Further resolve the observance of June 19th. The town future years is reserved to collective bargaining negotiation.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, passed. Carry 129 is to authorize settlement agreement with William G. Brophy LLC versus Town of East Hampton. Whereas the town reached settlement for the payment of the sum of $11,000 together with the release of retainage for work previously completed in the amount of $11,386.45. With amount of $22,386.45, resolving the matter. This authorizes the supervisor to execute the settlement agreement on behalf of the town.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, passed and carried. Resolution 130 is to authorize the authorization of advances for authorized borrowing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, passed and carried. 131 is to authorize extension of license for East Hampton School District to utilize the joint fuel facility.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, passed and carried. Resolution 132 is Gerald Weinberg, PC, attorneys at law, then retained by code enforcement for the process of appearance tickets of the Secretary of State for enforcement proceedings, East Hampton Town Justice Court as needed at a cost of $15 plus $10 filing fee for a total of $25.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, passed, carried. Resolution 133 is a notice of proposal, professional survey services for beach survey work RFP number EH 2023-101. Proposal available January 12th, 2023. Proposals due back on January 26th, 2023.
Second.
Resolution
All
134,
in
I
favor?
would like to table.
We didn't vote on the last one.
Oh, I'm sorry, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, pass carried. Resolution 134, I would like to table.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, pass carried. Resolution 135 is a budget modification for 2022 on the airport. And that is moving from subcontractor costs in the amount of $850 to Light and Power in the same amount.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, pass carried. Kathy, I think you have an
I do.
additional resolution.
Resolution 2023-136 is to appoint Eva Roberts to temporary part-time laborer in the Human Services Department.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, pass carried. 137 is termination of probationary employee Christine Gowdy.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, pass carried. Any other resolutions or matters to bring before the board? We do need to go into exec session.
We need to go into exec for CPF, advice of counsel, and personnel.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, passed and carried.
Do we have a time? Right
Well, yeah, right now. I mean, I think we had counsel for three.
Three, yeah, and then second council for
What time is
four.
it? I've lost all track.
It's after 3.
3:05.
Take a few minutes. We'll just be late. 3:30.
Okay, sounds
Yeah.
good. All right.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Jason.
Thanks, Jason.
Jason.